city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is January 29th, YC128. And she's out, boys! We did it! There's a change! Something happened to the Gallente! Okay, so, today we do have some pretty big news. The Gallente presidential... Gallente president has been impeached. The bull cut butcher... Don't demonetize me for misspeaking. The bull cut butcher is out, baby. All right, we have covered, if you do not know what the hell I'm talking about, I would recommend watching the couple of videos I made a week or two ago where we went over the entire presidential history of Celis Agard, her previous runs, what led to her rise to power, what the apex of her power, and kind of how things have been going recently, which leads to this kind of sudden presidential impeachment. We did get a slight hint that this is what was kind of coming in the Scope news article, at least a little bit. Not like there was shoot, actually, now that I say it, let's go look real quick. I think it would just be here, right? Yeah. So if we go to the history, we can see in this one, we see approval polls plummet for Celis Agard, declines to comment on latest calls for election, and Evershore Senator Tenzin calls for revoke of Aid Act amidst rising unemployment. So not a direct call out, but let's go into it. Today's news, without further ado. This is, of course, January 29th, YC128, President Agard impeached. President Celis Agard has been impeached by the Gallente Federation Senate following the results of an inquiry into her conduct in office. The trial was rushed through following an impassioned speech by Senator Lucas Tenzin, who blamed Agard for, quote, a drop in the quality of life for the Federation's poorest citizens, matched only by the rise in our disenfranchisement, end quote. The inquiry was originally organized in response to the failure of the Gallente to claim one of the Drifter wormhole systems, despite Agard suspending the regularly held election. The investigation raised concerns over the failure to rally support around the Gallente's bid for the Drifter wormhole's access and flagged possible unconstitutional abuses of power in Agard's extended delay of the presidential election. The strongest evidence of misconduct, however, was discovered in the president's actions following the abuses of power in Agard's extended delay in the presidential election. The strongest evidence of misconduct, however, was discovered in the president's actions following the passing of the Automated Industry for Democracy Act, AID Act, in YC125. Sorry if I read the same thing twice. I'm not sure exactly. I had to switch screens. Either way, keep continuing. The investigation committee presented the Senate with evidence of a cover-up. Reports were uncovered of rogue drone emergencies throughout the Gallente industrial sector following the passing of the AID Act, which reduced restrictions on AI intelligence in the industrial sector. According to the committee, this was an issue of public safety and should have been disclosed to an appropriate Senate Oversight Committee. Instead, Agard ordered the Federal Intelligence Office to hire capsuleers to aid in covering up these events through black budget payments listed as emergency aid. Following the publications of these findings, Senator Lucas Tenzin of Evershore led calls for an immediate impeachment trial. The trial was conducted swiftly, and Agard's impeachment was ratified in an emergency Senate session last night. Political commentators across the cluster have credited the swiftness of these to support those very citizens who lost their jobs because of her policies. Senator Tenzin has long been a critic of the AID Act. He has achieved soaring popularity in his Evershore district after expanding welfare opportunities for those miners who lost work as a result of increased automation. Celis Agard's own party, the Progressives, have been split over the decision. The party's more conservative members have largely remained loyal to Agard, calling the impeachment an outrage. The majority, however, voted for the motion to impeach. Senator Suvio Belleron, who once ran against Agard in the YC122 election, called the impeachment, quote, a shameful end to a promising career. When asked if he planned to run for president in the upcoming election, he was quick to answer, quote, not at all. My time for fighting for the big chair is past, but today has shown that there are many in the Senate willing to pick up the torch. Agard has been removed from office, effective immediately. The Senate head, Speaker of the Chamber, Andon Gariu, will act as the head of the interim government until proper elections can be held. Selos Agard refused to respond to accusations, telling reporters that, quote, despite the accusations of my critic, the people of the Federation have always been my top priority. I can only hope that my successor has what it takes to make the tough choices our Federation needs. News in brief. Am I still having buffering issues? Hold on. I will keep an eye on my stream health. News in brief. Federal liberal Vera Insalacio condemns Selos Agard at opening session of Intaki Assembly. Evermore defends subsidiary against accusations of self-proclaimed whistleblower. Or reports record profits for YC127. Concord Derail collaborates with Gallente Senate following Aid Act rogue drone revelations. Sanmatar Shakur expresses disappointment at reports of Selos Agard's conduct. Rodin Shipyards launches a charitable campaign for victims of the Aid Act. Labor populists failed to capitalize on Agard's impeachment as party approval ratings fall. Peacock for president. All right, so, and that is your nude in news for January 29th. Now for some analysis. So this is, as I mentioned kind of at the top, this is the big one, guys. Or at least this is the moment of movement, as it were. You know, if you, again, if you are confused about what's going on, there are a couple of streams where I go over the whole history of the presidential situation, Selos Agard, etc., how we got to this point. That I recommend you check it out. If you're watching this edited, there should be links down below to those live streams. I recommend watching them. But this is kind of, so like, in universe, this has been a long time coming. You know, the Selos Agard canceled the elections, which were supposed to happen basically exactly a year ago. She, you know, there's been the excuse of the Drifter crisis and all that stuff, but then the Drifter crisis ended, and there's kind of been this ongoing kind of problem. She had her chief of staff resign over the Drifter Hive inquest document, you know, inquiry, which never really saw the light of day, but we see here was part of the whole process. But there's a big focus on the Aid Act, right? Which is, you know, there's the two real big controversial kind of legislation that Selos Agard championed after building the Stargate to Solitude. She passes the oh shoot, what is it? It's the other one. So she passes an act that basically brings the industrial backbone of the Gallente corporations under it kind of federalizes most of the production efforts of the Gallente Federation. And that was already pretty controversial, as we talked about in the previous one. That was kind of the that basically that same idea is what took down Foratan and led to the rise of Jacques Rodin, who was the president for like a decade before Selos Agard. And that's why I think that they do call up Jacques Rodin at the very bottom, with Rodin Shipyards kind of stepping in to be a sort of heroic character in all of this. Kind of somewhat echoes that previous one, but it's worth noting that, like, in the past, or like in this case, Rodin was supportive of the industrialization of the Federation's efforts. United Response Act, as I think it was what it was called. But then there's this Aid Act, which was highly controversial and has continued to lead to protests, because the idea is that it's Automated Industry for Democracy Act. So they attempt to automate, bring artificial intelligence, redefine their levels of safe artificial intelligence to be outside of the confines of what Concord accepts. So, it's been very, very controversial. And of course, they've tiptoed around it, and it's led to a lot of unemployment, which of course led to Celis Agard being highly supportive of Upwell and their Equinox project, because it's like, oh, well, all of these homeless or all these laborists that can't find work anymore because there's so much automation, they can just go become clones and work for Upwell. That'll be fine. And, that was controversial. And of course, all of this kind of comes to a head as time goes on, and the elections, the further that time goes past the elections, the more it is kind of bizarre that there hasn't been elections. And, we've been harping on this for quite some time, for the last 6 months at least. And here we go. Now, there's a couple of things. The people that are in here, Senator Lucas Tenzin. Hold on, let me double check. That is the same guy from Everyshore, right? Yeah. So Lucas Tenzin of Everyshore. It's kind of interesting because Everyshore is or was one of those locations that you would expect to be a position of political power for Celis Agard. One of the things that Celis Agard has always been is kind of a supporter of the Yinmei, and that, like, one of her biggest supporters comes from the Yinmei group. She kind of she is Yinmei, and also with the Manar, like she gained a lot of support with the Manar people. Her entire platform is about supporting the periphery, supporting the other groups besides just the native Gallente that have largely been ignored. So it's interesting to see that her support within her own base like where you would expect her to be strongest is where this voice came out of. And also, this senator has never been heard of before. This guy is brand new as far as like the lore goes. This time here, Everyshore Senator Tenzin is the first time that he's been introduced. So this is a new character, which is interesting because there's plenty of other senators. And it's also interesting that they specify, in this case, that he is an independent. Because, one of the things that we were doing during my last discussion about all this is trying to pin down where all these senators come from, or at least like where the different parties and how they're operating. So, largely historically, we have seen Celis Agard and her bloc, including the basically the Progressive Party and supporters, versus the labor populists like Suvio Belleron, right? But a couple things. First of all, it's kind of interesting to see Senator Suvio Belleron, who has been historically the biggest critic of Agard forever, since before Agard and her supporters, especially Shu, have been ideological opponents of Senator Suvio Belleron since like 2008, I think, 2009, because like ever since Suvio Belleron started to pass his capital punishment bill and stuff, way back in the day, Shu was even a opponent of his then, and then as Agard has kind of, been president, especially after her takeover in Taki, Suvio Belleron has been like there, constantly criticizing her and constantly being criticized for attempting to use the political situation to his own advantage, right? That's always been kind of the counter argument that Suvio Belleron is, quote unquote, arguing for the right thing, anti-capital punishment, support of the Intaki people as they're being taken over, all these kinds of things. And yet it always seems that he's doing it just for his own political, not because he's feels bad for those being publicly executed, but rather that this is a great angle for him to gain political power. So to see him both say a shameful end to a promising career, which is an interesting way for him to present, categorize, characterize. That's the word I'm looking for. That's a weird, interesting way for him to characterize Agard's presidential election, presidency, given his past with her. But also, he is actively not seeking election, which brings us to one of the biggest questions that comes from this. What happens next, right? We went from a false democracy with a warmongering despot in charge to a democracy without an elected leader, right? We now have the head of the Senate, who we don't... I could probably look into a little bit about him, but he's been relatively quiet as far as I know. Let's check real quick. So this guy has been the Gallente, the head of the Speaker of the House, or the head of this. He's been the Speaker of the Chamber within the Senate for since 2013, so a while now, 12 years. Was sworn in as the new leader of the Gallente Senate yesterday evening in a ceremony attended by President Jacques Rodin, Director Mentis Black, Admiral Aver Bavon, and a number of other key government officials. Broadcast across the Federation, Senator Gario was inaugurated by Chief Justice Al Surratt, leader of the Supreme Court, and was noted to be bright-eyed and visibly smiling as she rested her right palm on the folded federal banner and recited her oath to Gallente people, with several trillion viewers watching on. Public response to the election of the Federation has been extremely positive, with many citizens hailing the election of a woman who has been a strong, but never since Agard was elected. Led by, yep. So the other ones are pointing out that they were just the, they were the ones that do the swearing in, which makes sense. But this is about Operation Highlander, which was the Gallente strike on Caldari Prime, which destroyed the Titan Shigemoru. Oh yeah, he just says, or she, right? It is unfathomable that the dossier was allowed to be misplaced. We will get to the bottom of how this happened, if anything fallen into the hands of foreign agents. Either way, that's an interesting one. And then, yeah. So this person is a relatively stable character. Wait, hold on. Here we go. So it's going to be her job now to run the new election. He did get only... Okay, so then we also have... another piece to this that I find really interesting is this tying in with the rogue drone attacks. We have seen stuff about rogue drones. I know the University of Kali got raided because of their work with rogue drones. There's been kind of this undercurrent sinister nature of the Gallente working with rogue drones and artificial intelligence, almost as like a counter force to the Drifter Hives stuff. In before Gario pulls a Palpatine. In this universe, we would call that a... oh God, what's his name? Karsoth? Isn't it? Chancellor? I think it's Chancellor Karsoth. There's two guys who's both start with K that, like, I always get their names confused. But yeah, that would be basically the same thing, where it's like nobody actually wants to take the position of power, and so the de facto head, the Chamberlain, in the case of the Amar, managed to basically run the show for a while. But, you know, obviously, like, with all things considered, I don't think that the speaker will just be able to hold power, right? This whole thing is about the fact that there hasn't been an election, and there are still really big, prominent characters in the universe. I mean, Jacques Rodin is still kicking around. I think Fortin is still, because he was part of the inquiry, the Hive inquiry. No, he was part of the election inquiry. I don't think he's dead yet, so he's still around. Of course, Mentis Black is almost suspiciously not mentioned in this post. And, you know, as Malak, Shalin Ramnev, also not mentioned in here. That said, I do think it's funny or interesting to see the strongest call out that we've seen besides Tenzin, which is like the new character, is, oh gosh, where is it? Is it down here? Yeah, well, there's Vera Unsalacio, right? Who's I can't actually remember. I'm so bad with names under most conditions, so I gotta remind myself which one is which. Isn't she the new head? Yeah, so she's the head of the Yantey government, right? Chief Counselor. Oh, no, wait, hold on. No, she's the one that just got ousted? Or not just got ousted, but got ousted. Isn't that right? Hold on. I just gotta double check this real quick. Yeah. Chief Counselor Vera Unsalacio actually fails to hold together their whatever you call it, where they, having enough votes to be the person in charge. I can't remember the word for that, but we've got 526, 602. This is probably it, right? United Response Act. That was a big one. There's Suvio Belleron complaining about it. There's Theobald Taylor. Let's see. Yeah, Vera Unsalacio was part of the moderate faction of the Yantey. She's part of the Federal Liberal Party, which, of course, the Federal Liberal Party we can see up here. Federalist Liberals. So she's part of the same group as Suvio Belleron. So that might make sense. That does make sense. But she ends up not being the person in charge anymore of Yantey anymore. So I actually don't know what she's up to. I think she's just a senator. She's just part of the Yantey Assembly at this point, right? That would be what that is. Yeah, because she at the opening session of the Yantey Assembly. So she's not the head of the Yantey Assembly anymore. She's just a member. But that makes her not a senator. In the same sort of way. Where is... Wasn't there another... Wasn't... Those are all senators? Coalition? No, there's a... Is it a coalition? I guess that could be the word for it. I thought quorum... It might be... I might have been, like, confusing with the word quorum or something, but, like, yeah. I think coalition is correct. Where was it? I thought there was another senator that gets mentioned in this, right? Does... Hold on. Does... Where's Malak's guess? Ramnev. No, not Ramnev. Who's the other one? Yeah, oh, never mind. It is Ramnev. Okay, so what is Celine Ramnev up to? So the thing is that Celine Ramnev was the person who got the most votes last time. So if there's an election again and she runs, I think it's a she, right? she would be the front runner. And now, hold on. Yeah, so that's the Arcurio, the former Arcurio mayor. So she's like the most like pro Caldari. Yeah, quorum is the minimum number of people to hold a valid meeting and vote. Yeah. Okay, so it's interesting that like basically Ramnev has more or less stayed out of the limelight. They were involved in the inspection of Intaki when that was going on. Oops. So, yeah, we'll have to see. But the other thing that I find very interesting about this is the fact that this specifically calls out emergency aid. So this is one of the home fronts, right? If we go into the game, and we check out opportunities, we can see be an enforcer thing, right? No, we don't need drone. We just want enforcers. There should be... Let's search. Emergency. So yeah, we see emergency aid, automated factory, and emergency aid clan holding. So in this case, we see emergency aid, automated factory, AI malfunctions have caused rogue drone outbreak at an automated factory. The drone control tower is powering back up, but the rogues are targeting it. We need you to keep the control tower active long enough for it to shut down the outbreak. So this is that one where you have to go and rep the structure. You have to keep the building alive while dealing with all the different stuff. So you go in and you continue to try to keep the master controller alive with logistics, and prevent the rogue drones from killing it off. This is because it's a 5-man home front. We can tell that this is one of the original home fronts that were added, not one of the extra ones that were put in. So it's been in here for a while. Now, the home fronts were put in specifically to tie into a lot of the lore, right? The rise of the 4 different kind of terrorist organizations within the 4 empires was like in part in order to set up the home fronts, right? We've got the Gallente Primacy, the Caldari Workers Union, the Purity guys for the Amar, and then the Ashes of Turner guys, which I got the name right the first try this time for the Mimitar. So, they have tied this into the lore. There's a senator that got ousted because of this originally, but like they've never quite had like a consequence to it like this. So the question is that like, so if it gets discovered that Celis Agard had malfeasance involving their use of AI, and there's all of this now push against the Aid Act, what is going to happen to this site in game? Right now, all 4 empires have an emergency aid site. We can even see here the clan holdings one, right? What are the enemies? Angel Cartel. Okay, so it's not rogue drones. So this one isn't the same kind of story as the Gallente one. So the question is, if this home front is actually Celis Agard paying Capsuleers to cover up their issues, and now Celis Agard has been impeached, is this home front going to go away? And if so, are the other home fronts, the other emergency aid home fronts, going to stay? Is Gallente going to be the only one that doesn't have an emergency aid home front? Are they going to change it somehow? What is going to happen with this? Because this is one of the things that's very concerning to me, right? This is, and I'm going to just say this because I've been seeing a lot of concern within my audience too. And so I'm just going to voice it, right? Which is that, like, CCP has changed over their lore writing team. We saw a lot of that from last FanFest. And while we have seen some really interesting stuff happen in things like the Drifter Crisis, there's a fear that, like, they don't really, like, know what they're doing, that there isn't that much of a follow-up. They've admitted to the fact that they lost the ball on the presidential election. And so the question is like, is this just an opportunity to pave it all over, right? What they do next, this is not the end of the story. It is a very good step. It shows that we're doing something. Hey, something happened. But this can't be the end of it, right? Like, they have to have an election, obviously. And, you know, that can be interesting. It's worth noting, excuse me, will this have anything to do with in-game? I don't know yet. We don't know. Hold on. This doesn't necessarily, like, the cynical take is like, they could just be like, oh, and now this guy who we've never heard of before is a complete non-entity. Therefore, there's nothing. I can't make an 8-hour-long video trying to dissect his choices because he just appeared out of nowhere. And we're going to make him president, and then we're just going to kind of keep on going with the Gallente being a background character, right? And just pretend like none of this happened. That would be awful. I know that there are some people that are concerned that, like, they're just going to slip in an easy answer and just pretend like none of this ever happened. And I think that this was a kick the can down the road bit of writing. I mean, it is possibly that, but it's not essentially that, right? Because, like I said, this is the start of something. And so the question is now, can CCP do something about it? Okay, great. You made the ball move. Is it going to actually do something interesting? And that's why I say, like, there are consequences to this kind of thing. The most direct consequence is this home front. You have now made it so, yeah, they want to have more player involvement in the empires. Yes, well, they want to tell the story in a way that highlights player stories as well. It is worth noting that historically, the presidential election has been a non-gameplay component of the universe, right? Like, the Gallente Federation is, like, not Capsuleers, and so we don't get a vote. We basically have historically been able to watch the presidential election as opposed to contribute to the presidential election, which is why it's been kind of weird that they didn't just at least do something with it. And so now they look like they are doing something with it, but there's still no evidence that this is going to have any kind of in-game ramification, impact, event, etc. This could just be a couple of New Eden news articles and then moving on. But just in the same way as, like, they can't continue with the lore until they solve the presidential election. They can't just act like the Gallente is just like the rest of the three other factions with their leadership in crisis is the way that they were. So they had to do something about the election, which is what they're doing. But now they've set up another thing where it's like, it is now going to be very strange that this home front exists in the game. So you have now a contention between the mechanics as it exists in universe and the story as it is. And while there has been always kind of a wanting for more feeling, like being able to visibly see what's going on in the universe, so often throughout the lore we will read about something going on and then there's nothing about that actually in the universe itself, right? They'll talk about how there's this big raid in Ugalis, but then when you go to Ugalis there's nothing there. You know, there are definitely some events that happen, like, in a way that players can engage with, but there has always been kind of this acceptance that a lot of stuff happens out of our sight, and that's kind of okay. But ultimately the lore, like, serves the universe or the game, and the game serves the lore. There is this idea that, like, everything that happens in game is canonical, right? And so there is some weird stuff with the fact that, like, Cosmos missions still exist, but they seem somewhat timeless. You know, the epic arcs still exist, but those aren't, like, things that are directly tied into what is going on in the lore, or aren't things that contradict the lore. The Upwell raid that never happened except for the Sinogemmers went offline. That one actually extra frustrates me because it seems like they tried to retcon it after the fact to be like, oh yeah, actually there was a raid, haha, whatever. But so next thing could just be Senate approves funding to keep paying Capsuleers. I disagree with that because the problem is that they have positioned this thing to be the evidence, the in-universe evidence that the Gallente have been pushing their AI too far. So this isn't just a matter of should Celis Agard be the president. Like the Federation has been doing things that are, to the greater order of things, illegal, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence. And so the idea that the Senate would just continue to approve this, I don't know if that works. I think they're going to try to roll back the Aid Act, which is going to damage the existence of this home front. They could change it to make a similar to, but legally distinct home front potentially. But the point here is that this is one of those situations where the lore explicitly says that this site is a problem, not a problem that needs us to go run them, but the fact that it continues to exist, the fact that there is continue to be financing for it, the fact that you do get paid out for it by the Gallente for finishing it is now a problem. The in-universe existence and the lore are in conflict with each other. And that can be resolved. But the reason why I bring this up is to point out that it basically has to be resolved. Otherwise, the integrity of the lore versus the in-game experience will be eroded, And as I've said, there are previous examples of stuff that seem out of time, Cosmos missions, Epic Arcs, etc. But it's not like they shut down the Black Eagles in the lore and then expect you to go and work for the Black Eagles in the Gallente Epic Arc, right? Like, you don't get told to function with a society that doesn't exist anymore. The Epic Arc could be happening today, theoretically. So emergency aid no longer spawns for the Gallente. They could do that. No, they could do that. But this is why I'm saying, like, these are the things that we're going to be watching for. This could also be a hint that there's going to be a larger home front revamp. They designed these home fronts to be tied into the lore. So are they going to be temporary? Are there going to be new ones? These were supposed to be more dynamic sites. So I'm going to be very interested to see how these work, especially since, let's be incredibly direct. This home front is one of the more problematic home fronts. This is the home front that everybody just either multi-boxes or, whatever, a bunch of, not Guardians, but the Tech 1 Augurers, and just goes and blitzes it. This one and the mining one are like the worst offenders when it comes to people abusing the home fronts. And so, but the fact that they're going after the Gallente one and not the other ones, I find very interesting, right? So my point is that we as players and we as enjoyers of the universe, like, this is good for us that the CCP is finally doing something with the election. We cannot let this be the end of the story. There has to be more to this than that. And so the other piece to this is that what is going on? So FanFest is officially, where is it? The 14th to the 16th of May. So we are a month and a half. Is that real? Hold on. January, February. Oh, no, that's March. April, May. So 1, 2, 3, 3.5 months to FanFest. And so, and of course, FanFest will be the new expansion, And so, and of course, that new expansion will be the last major expansion setup for the Vanguard open beta, right? Because the Vanguard open beta is supposed to be happening during the summer. And so at the very least, like, it won't be the winter event or the winter expansion won't be the thing that sets up Vanguard, because theoretically the winter expansion will happen after Vanguard opens up. And so the idea, like the winter expansion will likely tie into the expansion of Bastions, right? So Bastions, which are a component of Vanguard, is going to release with the open beta, but they've said that the Bastions are going to be mostly NPC focused at first. So, you know, you've got people like the Deathless, possibly the SOE, the SOCT, Concord. You know, they could be setting up their own Bastions, and you can go align yourself with those Bastions and then do stuff for them. But the idea is eventually they're going to have player-built Bastions, so the winter expansion would be a good opportunity to start dabbling in that if they're ready for it, which they may or may not be. That said, the spring expansion is the big expansion that they have to set up the universe to be prepared for Bastions. And so we are currently in the moment where, like, the events that lead up to the FanFest it could start happening now. Now, it's actually true. 3.5 months is a long time. They can actually do the entire election stuff. Maybe throughout February, they just post a couple of New Eden news, wrap things up, kind of circle the wagon a little bit, maybe change this site and a couple other little things, and then set up the next story to start in like March or April, and that is what sets up the FanFest. So they could just totally brush it over. I don't think that we should be okay with that. I think that, like, it's okay that they dropped the ball a little bit with this story, and this twist, or this idea of her being impeached, is, in my opinion, a good beat. Like, it at least is the catalyst that kind of gets the ball rolling again. This gives them the opportunity to do the right thing. But I see a lot of concern from people that remember what happened to Pochfin, people that remember what happened to a bunch of different storylines. You know, often CCP likes to just kind of put a storyline on ice and let it be there for the next time they need it, for whatever feature that they need it for. This piece of the story feels a little bit too kinetic to be that way. Like, they have to establish who the new president is. They have to establish what that means for the Federation, and their position about things. You still have them being very much on the back foot when it comes to the Deathless and the Drifter tech. They have now been called out on their automation and their studies for rogue drones. This is not a good point for the Gallente, which is an interesting thing from a story point of view. But it does demand, in my opinion, more, and we should be able to expect more. And I hope that we can get more. I think that, we'll just have to see. Also, let's see, anything else that we want to say from this? I am concerned about this Tenzin character, because bringing in a brand new character like that, I have a worry that this is like the writing team just kind of coming in. This arguably kind of happened back in 2015 when the people that were kind of running the show then decided to kind of reboot the order of things by killing the Empress of Amar and a few other things that kind of, the order of things, the established order that was kind of created with Empyrean Age and Templar 1 they had to resolve that and disrupt it and change things. And one of the big catalysts for that was the assassination of the Amar Empress and everything that kind of led into that. Now, one of the fascinating things about that event was that players did decide who would become the next Empress or Emperor by the Amar Championship. And so it wasn't a foregone conclusion who it was that would be the new leader. But like each one of them had kind of their own interesting reason why it'd be cool if they became the leader. And of course, Caddis Tashmerkon becomes the Empress of Amar. We've had quieter changeovers The head of the CEP becoming Akimaka Saraki was a very almost like went under the radar for a moment because like there was the dread attacks and everything, and then oh look, the CEP chairman is out for the count. Oh, he's still in a coma. We got to replace him. Akimaka Saraki is a thing. Yay, he's the new like. But he was already an established character. We saw him during the Triglavian invasions, and so like he was kind of somewhat of a known entity that they tapped. But also, if you remember, that was the year that they came out with all the different trailers for the different empires, and the Caldari one had already come out. Now, this is not the Caldari one that you probably think of when you think of the Caldari trailer. You know, the "We remain Caldari no matter the cost." Like that one by Akimaka Saraki is not the original Caldari one. The original Caldari one. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Right? Am I wrong? I might be wrong. No, I thought there was a... Never mind. I think I am wrong. What it was there was a picture that came out that showed the 4 leaders of the empires. And Akimaka Saraki was there, but we didn't know who he was, right? So we actually knew that there would be a change up in Caldari leadership a little bit beforehand. And we had already been kind of introduced to Akimaka Saraki, so it wasn't as big of a surprise. So much of what has happened in the last 5 years, really since, especially since Uprising, has been because of Celes Agard and the decisions that she has made. She has fundamentally changed the way that the Gallente are looked at within, she's changed the order of things up to including the realignment with the Amar, et cetera, et cetera. And so who comes next is going to be really, really important. And I'm concerned that is why they have introduced this kind of no-name character. I hope that either we suddenly learn a lot more about this guy, or they don't make themselves the new power base, right? I would not mind the Shalin Ramnev becoming the new president. It'd be interesting and weird to have the most positive Caldari person be the head of the Federation. I don't think that would be a stable situation either. So this does kind of open up more questions than it gives answers, and this leaves the Gallente, even though this is a long time coming now, a year coming now, I think that this leaves the Gallente in a much more precarious position and chaotic position than before. And so I do hear the concerns that this feels like a attempt to smooth it over and move on. I hope it's not. There's signs that it's not. If it is, I'm going to be severely disappointed, and I think that this is going to be, watching this and paying attention to this, even though it's probably not going to have dramatic impact on the game itself, in-universe experience itself, probably, but watching this is going to be really, really important to us that pay attention to the lore and pay attention to the story to see how much CCP is going to take this sort of stuff seriously, right? So much of my content has been going back over the last 10, 15, 20 years and piecing together the story, piecing together these little disparate pieces of information that at the time didn't seem like anything. But then when you start to look at them all together, at least we won't see Agard misspelling so much now. Hey, I'm the only person that's allowed to misspell names around me. No. Will this conflict increase the price of hobgoblins? Maybe. No. There might be an in-game event. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. They might do an in-game event. They might or might not. I don't know. But the point of the matter is that how they handle this is really going to show the chops of this lore team. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It definitely is big news. Now, in the news in brief, just to briefly go over this to finish it up, Evermore defends subsidiary against accusations of self-proclaimed whistleblower. So that is tied to the ULAD event where, oh God, hold on. I think I got one of the mails. Hold on. What is it? Verdi Entertainment? Yeah, Verdi Enhancements. Sorry, Verdi Enhancements. So this is the whistleblower, Yul Qatar. Maybe we get some drone faction Gallente drones from the proposed event. I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. I really hope that this is a hint towards like a shakeup of home fronts and like advancing the story overall from that, but we're just gonna have to see. But so this Verdi and Enhancements, which is one of the groups that were created when Evermore was created, you know, they were called out for the ULADs. Oh, is that a whistleblower? I hope Evermore isn't like Boeing. They haven't killed him yet. Man, the likelihood of this stream is going to be accidentally demonetized just because of how the close proximity to things that are controversial is really high. So please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, share with a friend, and consider becoming a supporter or patron or a member. Anyway, so yeah, this is probably just a fun follow-up with that, the ULAD stuff. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. Or records record profits for YC127. Of course they did. Catalyst expansion was widely popular. The new ships widely popular, or managed to capitalize on the new phased fields before anybody else could. Of course they have record profits this year. Cool. Concord Derail collaborates with Gallente Senate following Aid Act rogue drone revelations. This is why I think that they might shut down the home front. We'll see. Samatar Shakur expresses disappointment at reports of Celis Agar conduct. It's fun that Shakur remains the longest running leader within the of the currently existing empire leaders. You know, Shakur always has kind of seemed like the weakest one of the four, but you know, he's been kicking around since Imperial Age now. So here we go. I hope the new one will legalize these new AI escort drones. Gotta leave that alone. Rodin Shipyards launches charitable campaign for victims of the Aid Act, which is interesting because he's talking about like the victims of the Aid Act are unemployed poor people, right? So interesting. Labor populists fail to capitalize on Agard's impeachment as party approval ratings fall. So again, like they kind of, I feel like they're setting up this to mean something, right? Like some of these details are here. It feels like in a meaningful way, right? Like, oh yeah, the labor populace. If you thought that Suvio Belleron was going to be the next person, guess what? He doesn't want to run for it anymore, right? Likewise, in fact, Tenzin is an independent, which is interesting. Where is it? Is that the only time labor populace gets mentioned here? Okay, great. Let's look up. So labor populace would be that's wait. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So the labor populists are the group that was most associated with Taylor, who is the senator that defected or that gets kicked out and then goes and becomes the Gallente primacy. So this isn't just a emergency aid home front situation. It feels like they're kind of tying into as many of the home fronts as they possibly can. So who else has kind of stepped up? Highly divisive labor populace and federal liberals, giving the powerful progressive union bloc sufficient votes. Yeah, Taylor was a labor populist. They've been in a pretty weak position ever since then. They also lost what was going on with the Upwell stuff. They were against the Upwell, and they lost that position because of the controversy with Taylor. So the labor populists, who would have been the major opponents of Celis Agard, ends up being kind of in a weakened position because one of their dudes ends up being like a terrorist. No, that's not anything. I have found that the search fails sometimes to get the right stuff. Putting quotes around it helps. Now I'm curious. Is there any other people that have been associated with the labor populists? No, that's still just Tillbald Taylor. What was what other labor populists do we have? Hold on. Time to pull up my Notion, because I have made notes in the Notion for this. In lore. Where did I make this? Is it factions? Did I put it here? Yeah, okay. Federalist liberals are Suvio Belleron, Vera Salacio, and oppose the United Response Act. Labor populists is Shalene Remnev. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So that actually does, well, like, so labor populists are in a weak position, which makes sense. It's going to be really hard for them to convince people. I don't know if Remnev is going to be the person, because it's going to be really hard to convince the Gallente to go for the pro-Caldari person right now, especially if they're a labor populist, which is like they're in a very weak position too. So yeah, never mind on that prediction. Yeah. It's interesting though, right? Because it's like, well, who is it going to be then? I don't think they're going to like identify. Where did I get that? Now I need to know where I got that information from. Shalene Remnev, what was it? Liberal? Labor? What is it? Labor populist. Remnev's campaign has been boosted significantly by a number of endorsements from Senator of the Labor Populist Alliance and several key... Okay, so she is not a labor populist, but the labor populist group endorsed her. Got it. Okay. So, but it's... she's just in such a weak position right now. I don't see that happening. Black, also not overly popular. He's shown up in the news recently, I think. Rodin, ironically enough, could step up a little bit, especially with him stepping up to become, doing the humanitarian aid thing is kind of highly suspicious, right? Mentis Black, though. What has he done? What has he done for me recently? Let's look up anything that mentions Black in the last 5 years. Do we have anything? We have to have things. Wait. Right, because he lost the election, so that's a part of things. It's one thing he did. But I feel like he showed up recently. Let's do this one more time, just double check. None of this is... I wish I could, like, sort it by date. This is what I do in the background, you know, like when I say I've been preparing stuff and I show, like, and I have a million tabs. This is what I'm doing, is I'm going through every single historical record and seeing which ones are important and popping them out and putting them in order. So I do put in a lot of work to my presentations. Please go watch them, like all that sort of stuff, share them with friends, etc., etc. But here we go. We're watching this sausage be made, as it were, a little bit. Presidential victory. So we need anything that's after YC122, right? Because YC122 would be the presidential election. Oh my gosh. Has he never been mentioned since then? Yeah, ha ha ha, I found one. Ooh, here's another one. Possibly another one? Okay, let's look at these. So this one is from a few months after... Oh, no, this is the election. Never mind. This one is... Oh, this is the Stargate construction. So this is after the EOM attack. So after the CP chairman gets knocked out, there's the Dread Assaults, and we start Stargate Trailblazers. So this is like the height of Celis Agard's power. And we see here... anything? Wait, where's... What? Hold on. Black. There we go. All right. For his own part, Chief Director Mentis Black at the FIO has issued no comment while the General Thron Gaterau of the Special Department of Internal Investigations continue the hunt for the EOM operative. So nothing really there. He's just doing his own thing. Here is Edencom, where we see Devin Malatate, who I'm surprised hasn't shown up in this story today. This is where Shalene Ramnev and Kellen Antbod goes to Intaki to settle things there. Kellen Antbod is not a bad choice. That's the pro-Mimitar guy, I think, right? Okay, fine. We'll do it again. Nope, that just says... Oh, there's still sanctions on Mentis Black from the MR. And this is just the presidential election stuff. So yeah, no, Black has not shown up in any meaningful way since Celes Agard took over presidency. If Belleron gets the presidency, how do you think he would handle the Intaki situation? Well, he's saying that he's not going to run. So, I mean, I guess I don't need to worry about that. But I think that, I mean, like, Suvio Belleron would almost certainly go for independence of the Intaki people, right? Probably. I don't know. That's actually a really interesting one. Because, like, maybe just like reparations for the Intaki people. It's hard to say because like the point is that like it's interesting because he's from Intaki, right? So if he manages to split the Intaki off from the Gallente, he actually loses his power in the Gallente, right? So it feels like he would put more effort into like supporting the Intaki without necessarily making them not Gallente. So it'd be an interesting needle to thread, as it were. Black is not popular, that's true. But also, it's worth noting, though, that Black did get so few votes because Celes Agard was in the election, right? Like, the Hawks voting block was split, and Mentis Black just lost the competition. So with Celes Agard not in the election, all these other people that we've been mentioning are all doves. They're all very, they're all dovey characters. And so, right now, the most visible Hawk-like character is Mentis Black. But he's also extremely controversial and more likely to set up somebody else to be the person in charge, just by the way that Mentis Black is. I think that the biggest upset idea is that Rodin steps back in. That's my prediction now. My guess is that Rodin is going to step back in because the labor populists have failed. Salasio is not eligible. The other Belleron isn't going to run. Shu might show up, but probably not. And Rodin stepping in here seems very controversial to me. And also, let's be frank, Rodin is exactly what the Gallente story needs right now. Rodin is a Capsuleer. He is very spooky. He's very powerful. He's very well connected. He understands what's going on. And him stepping back into the presidency, or even like puppet mastering the presidency, would be its own kind of controversial. So it'd be an interesting story and also lead to this idea of like, well, there's still a lot of protesting. There's still a lot of controversy. I just think that Rodin himself would be probably the most interesting option, especially given the fact that, like, in a lot of ways, CCP has spent the last couple of years kind of resetting the conditions to about the time of like 2008, 2010, where things got more and more serious. And so bringing Rodin back into the limelight would be a big piece to that. But we're gonna have to see how this plays out. So let me know what you guys think. Who should be president? Where is this going? Do you think that this is a good move by CCP and the lore team? I think that it's kind of odd how he went from, oh yeah, they're talking about redoing the Aid Act, and then suddenly it goes to impeachment. This feels very sudden comparatively. And the thing I'm going to finish, like, I guess the one last criticism I have about this is that, like, there is a scope video a few days ago. And yes, they've been focusing more on the scope videos being about like the player stuff. But like, what bothers me about this is that this moment in the lore should be monumental, but it's only right now a New Eden news. And so like, there's no talk about this on Reddit from what I've been able to see. There's not even talk about this in like the in-character forums yet. It's all still very, very new, but I feel like this is the kind of thing that they'd want to put in people's faces, since people have been seeing so much with Celes Agard up until now. It feels like making this entire changeover happen behind the scenes or with this weird, like a couple of New Eden news, feels wrong. I think that it's interesting that this doesn't involve a New Eden news. I would hope that it does, or not a New Eden news, but a scope video. I hope it does soon, because this is one of those things that I think that CCP should try to get people to pay attention to, because, whatever. They've tried to make these characters more important. The New Eden News article from today could just be the opening shot. I agree. But the point is that, like, a lot of times, like, the lore happens in real time. So the fact that we went from, we're just trying to undo the 8 Act to she's impeached. There was no news about the starting of the impeachment, and they kind of talk about how rushed it is. And so, like, a skeptic, a cynical person could just be like, they didn't care. They didn't even set it up right? There was they could have put in a ticker that's like calls for impeachment, right? The word impeachment didn't actually happen before today. So it makes it feel like they just kind of decided last moment to do this. I hope that that's not the case. But again, as I said before, I've been seeing a lot of cynicism within the people the people I talk to and follow the lore in this. And so I guess this is CCP's opportunity to prove those people wrong, right? Like this feels like it might have been rushed. This feels like it might be just a patch over a wound in order to be moving on. But at the same time, it could very well be the setup to something big. So if they set up to something big, then we get to all feel great about things. But this is something that, like, I agree that, like, it makes a lot of people nervous right now, because where are we going? And not just like as a universe and its story, but like, what can we expect from the lore, from the story, from the universe from now on? Uprising really inspired people. The Triglavian invasion really inspired people. Even the Drifter Crisis really inspired people to, like, integrate with the lore. They have a lot of potential there. This has a lot of potential, but there's a lot of really valid cynicism kicking around right now, and it's up to CCP to prove themselves. It's worth noting that we've been at this place before. I have said these exact words before, and that was setting up to Uprising, not from a lore perspective, but from a gameplay point of view, right? Saying that, like, well, this is CCP's opportunity to prove people wrong when it comes to the reintroduction of expansions and where things are going with the game. And Uprising did change. Like, there was a lot of angst when Uprising came out. Scarcity was still a big deal. There's a lot of people angry at CCP and how scarcity was managed. And CCP really it was their last chance. There was a lot of people, myself included, that were fully prepared to walk away from the game completely if CCP didn't execute it correctly. And they fucking nailed it. So the last couple of times that CCP, like these pivotal moments of getting it right or not, that CCP has done, they have actually gotten it right. Now, obviously, some nullsecers could suggest that Equinox wasn't exactly nailing it, but that was a much more difficult problem. We could talk about that all day. So I remain kind of hopeful, but I hope I'm putting this out there as like try to help people set up like what might be happening, both in game and out of game, but also a kind of like challenge to CCP. All right, guys. All right. You asked for attention. We're paying attention. Now what? Right? So that's where we're at with this, I think. That's what I have to say about this, I think. And this has been your New Eden News for January 29th, YC128. I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Please let me know down below in the comments your thoughts about this whole thing, where this is going. If you're reading this from the future, tell me why I'm wrong. If you're watching the edited version of this, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, share it with friends, subscribe to the channel. If you're watching this live, stay tuned. But until then, I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for watching, hanging out, sharing your thoughts, comments, opinions, likes, subscriptions, etc. Oh no, where's my... And I do want to give a shout out to my top supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, May, Malak, Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you guys so much. Those are my top tier supporters. If you want to help make this possible, as I've said, the number one thing is like it and share it with some friends, because that's how we grow the channel and grow knowledge about EVE Online, which makes a better, more informed player base, makes a better EVE Online experience. But, you know, of course, if you want to get on the list, you can become a member on YouTube or a supporter on Patreon or Patreon supporter. Top tier supporters get listed off like that. Everybody, you know, YouTubers get access to edited videos early, and of course the cool emotes, and the supporters channel in the Discord. But all that said, hang tight if you're watching live. But otherwise, I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and until next time, I'll see you in space. All right, guys, so that was cool. I don't know, man. This is a big one. It would be cool to have epic arcs to explore this a lot more. Yeah, except for that's the problem with things like epic arcs, is that, like, it goes back to what we were just talking about when it comes to the emergency aid, right? Like, at a certain point in time, the epic arc is going to no longer be timely. But it's worth noting that CCP has said that they want to do more with epic arcs. That's actually a fantastically good point. But, like, you're gonna have to make them more dynamic. You're with all these things, home fronts, epic arcs, etc. If they're going to do this stuff, they have to commit to keeping it up to date. If they're going to have a living universe, you can't have a living universe with static events, especially critically static, like critical events, like era. At some point, it's not going to be weird that there are fractures, and so the entire or epic arc that they just introduced is not going to make sense anymore in like 5 years, right? So, hey, thank you for that. So it's just one of those things that, like, CCP needs to become committed to maintaining content in the universe, not just making content in the universe. And I think that part of that has to do with things like events and stuff, where they put out stuff that's designed to be short-lived. But I think it's also going to be about making sure that they update things that are longer term. Fuck. Oh, hold on. Hold on, guys. I apologize. This is actually kind of important. I gotta look up a piece of information. Where is it? All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so with that, Aura can do simulated environments, a library of events the players can experience, would let them do things you've talked about, like experience the Battle of BTEC-R. You know, man, it's been a long time since I've talked about that. I definitely agree that they should change the tutorial system to be a series of simulations that you can run at any time. that you are docked, that kind of like brings you into a controlled environment where you can do that experience, and you can do things like bring forward like historically important moments, like, well, we have all of the telemetry from the Battle of BTAC-R. They could allow you to experience being in the Battle of BTAC-R, but not under tie-dye, right? Because like the actual experience of BTAC-R happened at 10% speed or less. But you could just take that information and have it play out in real time and have that be the environment for something to happen, for training, for doing some sort of PvP or training of some kind, or combat piloting training of some kind, and then allow them to experience these real events, which could be pretty cool for sure. I think that they should use VR systems they have in game to add VR testing environments that you can undock from a simulated ship to. I agree. I've said that for years. And yeah, it could be cool for you to like play back old events, but it would be like, how would you reward such a thing? That would be the question. Like, in order for them to put in the development effort to put it back into the game, which the problem is that the real problem is that a lot of these events, they can't just turn them back on, because they, when they come out with a new event, sometimes they actually rewrite, rather than like add it as an extra thing, they just change the strings or the other stuff to be connected to the new event. Sometimes they just clone it over and then change those. But I've seen it where they actually like edit the previous event stuff to make it be the new event. So you would have to like, there might need to be some reconstruction to it. What I'm saying is that none of this feature is easy. And so if you're going to do it, it's going to take work by CCP. If the CCP is going to put in the work, then they've got to know that people are actually going to engage with it. If people are going to engage with it, then there feels like there should be some sort of reward to it. So, but maybe I think that overall there is a lot of like, if you blow open your mind about this, like the idea that you can replace Sissy with a testing environment, so that way I can actually like, you can be like, okay, well, me and this other person are going into the simulation with these ships. You can actually fight in a simulated environment. We could do training. You could practice and skirmish together. You could potentially get more data from the testing if it's in those sorts of controlled environments. There's a lot you could do with that would be amazingly good, that CCP has never suggested that they're going to do, but maybe. Yeah, they already reward the air track having a new set of Cosmos-style missions, but better designed so you can't grief it as easily to your reward. For completion, it would be good for new players to learn the universe and mechanisms. Tying it to like a tutorial type system, I think would be really cool. And then once you've built out that feature, having it be things like, hopefully they could get it to a point where it'd be really trivial for them to like put in a previous site and be like, here's this site. But like, what event besides maybe like the Doctor Who event would you want to like load up and go run the sites just for funsies? Would you really like simulate a hunt event site? No. Why would you? Like, we only ran those. They were not. No one task in Eve is so thrilling that you're going to want to go and do it after the fact. Similar ideas. Eve forums, I get bashed by the trolls that hang out there. Yeah, no. The player base itself is incredibly hostile to such ideas, which is funny. Like, some people like to complain, like, why don't CCP do this or that? And I'm like, you realize that they wanted to do this, and then the player base got really mad at them. So, yeah. All right. But what was the big battle that happened in December 2020? That was December 2020. Wasn't that? Yeah, no, that's the huge one, right? That's the one where basically the coalition collapsed. CSM is pushing for alphas to be reworked too. I I have limited faith in the CSM as long as Young Puke is seen as a valuable member. Oh, you're talking about MTAC R or M2? Yeah, the massacre of M2. Yeah. Okay, was that then? The massacre at M2 was December 30th, 2020. So yeah. 29, hold on. 1 million, yeah, 29 trillion ISK lost, 257 Titans destroyed. $378,000. Yeah. Ironically enough, this number may have gone up because the value of Plex might be lower. Well, no, because compared to 2020, I think the price of Plex is actually higher than 2020. Eve is a game made largely of killers. Anything that doesn't force you to undock is frowned upon by those players and are very vocal about it. Yeah, I talked about that the other day. I talk about this all the time, where like when it comes to Bartle taxonomy, and you know, killers suppress achievers. And so for many, many years, the achiever population of EVE Online was like systematically stomped out. The only achievement you were allowed to have in EVE was either a lot of ISK or territory control, right? Those were the main achievements that the player base respected. And all other forms of achievement, especially achievements, were frowned upon as being things that other MMOs do. Don't tell me what to do, right? When CCP puts a reward on something, players feel like they're being told that they have to do it. And players in EVE largely have been allergic to being told what they have to do. They see things in EVE, economic activities in EVE, as a thing to do to gain resources to be able to do the thing that you want to do, right? Which is the sandbox notion of this. And it's a very null-brained way of looking at things. But, you know, in a world in which war decks could be happening to any corporation that exists, it was easy for people that want EVE to be that kind of game to stomp out people who disagreed. I would like a simulator mode for duels. Fires simulate weaponry rather than live rounds. Accumulated damage would turn into health bar yellow, which eventually kills the... Oh, yeah. Which eventually kills the community and ironically leads to stagnation. The thing about Bartle types is that they're not monocultures. They're Venn diagrams, and people only enjoy one type of activity, are usually in the small minority. Yes, that's the thing, is that like Bartle's taxonomy isn't talking about different kinds of people. They're talking about different kinds of play motivations, right? And the whole idea is that there are 4 core motivations for play, and those core are social play, you know, in a social environment like an MMO. And those 4 core motivations have, you know, traits about it, traits that are common with it, and impact on the other ones. That's all that Bartle's taxonomy is attempting to do. They're not saying that this player is a killer or this player is an explorer, but the point is that often we are performing only one of those motivations at a time. Now this can change in an instant, right? Like I could be being an explorer and looking into stuff and like doing some experimentations. We've seen it on stream before, where I'll be like playing around with something just to see how something works in a very explorer way of doing it, and then suddenly there's another player, and like what they want to do becomes very clear to me, either because they're trying to upset what I'm trying to do, or they just happen to be there when we're in a dangerous area. And what happens immediately in my brain, like it slips, or it switches from an explorer mentality to a killer mentality, right? Like it's always there, but it doesn't come out until that moment of motivation happens. But the point is that my entire play style realigns in that moment. Even though I'm not necessarily consciously aware of it, I don't think about it, right? As an explorer, I'm okay with things going wrong, right? I'm okay. I'm interested in the discovery for its own sake. As soon as I make the decision that there's another person there and I want to fuck with them because they're messing with me, my motivations change, and therefore the results of that motivation change. Now, if something goes wrong and I fail to do it, I want to stop him, but then I fail to, or better yet, he actually whoopsie daisy, I go for the kill and it turns out it's a trap and they drop a bunch of stuff on me and I die. I could become very easily upset at that because I was now motivated to get him, and it turns out I'm the clown, right? That doesn't feel good. And so I went from being an explorer who's more interested in being in discovering the result, not necessarily emotionally tied to that result, to being a killer who is emotionally tied to the result instantly, without even thinking about it. And then as soon as I'm done with that, I might trans over to another thing. But the point is, we're talking about as a community, right? And so in a universe that's a sandbox where everybody can, in a sandboxes really favor killers, because remember, killers are not just people that want to kill people, but it's about impacting other people. It's about having an impact on other players in a meaningful way, even if it's against their will. So even healers in a lot of games are the killer mentality because it's about impact on other people, right? Even positive. So, but in Eve, killers disrupt achievers because achievers are trying to do something. They want something. And that's what really triggers killers, because if the killer knows that you want something, then they can stop you, and that's going to make you mad. And that's what they want, right? They want that emotional joy. They want that feeling that they've impacted somebody else, even if it is a negative way. That's just the way that the human condition works. That's exciting. So that killer wants to disrupt the achiever, but the achiever doesn't give a shit about the killer. They don't get motivation from stopping the killer per se, because that wasn't what they're here for. They're here to do this other thing, and the killer is just in their way. So this actually reminds me a lot, interestingly enough, this reminds me a lot about the difference between Edencom players and Triglavian players, right? Because Edencom players struggled and strived and fought against the Triglavian players. And at the time, stopping the Triglavian players from what they were trying to do was fun enough and was interesting enough to get people deeply, deeply engaged with it. But in the end, what happened? What happened is that there was an achiever aspect to it. There was an implied promise of effect on the universe, impact on the sandbox. And so what is the complaint that most Edencom players give? Well, we were just fighting for the status quo, right? In the end, the only thing that they got was to disrupt the other side's achievement. And in the end, they failed to actually stop the achievement. So even though they saved twice as many systems as the Triglavians took, that idea is dismissed because the whole point of it was to stop what the Triglavians were doing, and they failed to do that. And barring that, they failed to make any meaningful change in the places that they did save. Now, there is actually a meaningful change, I can say, as a person as anti-Edencom. Moving around in high sec is a giant pain in the ass at this point, but they don't see that necessarily. They don't get to feel that frustration in players like myself because, well, to be frank, we're a minority. A lot of players were able to fix their standings and do dual standings and make it so it's not an issue anymore. So what are the Edencom people left with? Well, the killers were left with the knowledge that they failed to actually impact the people. The Triglavian guys got to celebrate and got to live their life and got to do the right thing. They feel like the Triglavians won. The achievers don't actually get an achievement that's worth that feels like something. I mean, they got the suit of armor, but obviously that feels a little too late because there's such a killer vibe to Eve. Anytime with the Stargate Trailblazer project, people were mad that they couldn't disrupt the Stargate Trailblazer project because this Eve Online has fostered killers for years, and those killers have been managed to suppress achievers for years. For years, if an achiever decided to stand up and be like, I actually like achievement, I actually like industry, I actually like high sec, I actually like blah, 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 what would happen? The killers would do everything within their powers to ruin their day, run them out of the community, war deck their corporations, end their stuff. But now with the war deck changes that happened and other changes since then, organizations, player communities, and individual players can be vocal about achievement-based stuff and not be as vulnerable to killer disruption. And so, like, that is a big catalyst for why we've seen such a big zeitgeist change in EVE Online in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Well, so killers, we hate mining. CCP, okay, here's scarcity. Killers, no, wait, stop. Well, that is actually not, that's not a contradiction. That is entirely consistent logic. They hate mining, so they want what they have to do. They see their PvE experience, so ratting and mining, as the work that you must put in order to do the fun thing that you want to do, right? I need a Cerberus, so that way I can join up with the fleets. In order to have a Cerberus, I must save up a certain amount of ISK. So I'm going to grind these missions, I'm going to grind these anomalies, I'm going to grind this mining in order to get the ISK so I can buy my Cerberus, which means I'm going to be very angry if something bad happens to that Cerberus because it represents that work that I have to put in, right? So anything, and this goes back to like CCP said, like, the thing that they've learned from Blackout was that as much as the player base talks shit and like talks about a big game about being a PvP centric thing, if you mess with their PvE, that's when they get really, really mad. And again, because that's what they see, that as the work that they have to do, right? So by making mining less, by making it so rogue walls weren't so super dominant, making it so that mining was potentially less, or weakening the value that they got from their mining and ratting, felt really bad for them because that just gets in the way of the thing that they were wanting to do, which is fight, right? So, you know, it isn't that they wanted scarcity. Most of these killers actually kind of want the opposite. Like, they want to just be able to have ships for free if they could, you know, and that sounds crazy, but I've definitely seen people argue that point, that it's like the real problem with EVE is that, like, people have to replace ships, even though that's the very thing that gives meaning to EVE, right? Which is, might as well just have a simulator, right? And this idea that, like, the player base just got what they need, that's what led to stagnation, which led to the need for scarcity, right? And as much as they hate it, I mean, like, scarcity did work in shaking things up. I mean, yeah. They want, as players have to remember, we should try to change valence. Perhaps Corps should make an effort to get miners to learn to become paladins. Need motivation, though. Well, and one of the cool things that, honestly, the mining changes that happened in Lifeblood, like, prior to that, nobody respected miners. So, like, there's a totally different relationship between the EVE player base and miners than there were, you know, 10 years ago. But yeah. Hauling, that's another big one. People want hauling to just be, like, remove the entire hauling concept from the game. I just ask hardcore PvPers how they feel about asset safety, and if they defend it, I laugh. Yeah, it's one of, yeah. And that's what's crazy is that this goes, I mean, like, and this is not a problem with PvPers. This isn't a problem with nullsecers. This is a problem with players, because you can see this is a human issue, because this same issue happens with things like miners and haulers that want there to be getting rid of gankers, right? Like, you as a player have negative experience with these pressures on you. And so your instinct is to say that the pressures are bad, right? Being ganked feels bad. But a game in which being ganked doesn't exist is actually a much thinner, less rewarding game. That tension, you know, they talk about eustress and de-stress, right? Like there's a certain amount of stress. A person that is under no stress actually is fairly unhealthy. There's no motivation. And so like if you're a hauler and there is no ganking, then there is no reason, there's no meaningful choice in the hauling situation anymore. You just go for yield or speed of alignment. Those are your only two choices based on how much stuff you're trying to haul at that time, right? But like, here's the problem with that. So haulers want there to not be ganking, because that way they can haul safely and not have to deal with it, because ganking feels bad and dumb and they don't feel like they have a counterforce to it. They don't feel like they have counterplay to it. So they blame it for their negative experience. But if you remove that tension, that fear, that concern, that problem of ganking is the only reason why they have a profession in the first place. If hauling became frictionless because there was no ganking or because there were other methods to do it automatically, then why would anyone else ever pay you to haul their stuff? Why would they? Just hit autopilot, call it a day. Let it be automated. Who cares? You know, Echoes kind of cures this by allowing people to kind of create automatic, basically be like, hey, move this here. And that creates an automatic move contract and kind of abstracts the whole system. But that also means that it is abstracted. It's no longer a direct simulation. There's these little bits of confusion where like, well, the stuff gets moved without the person actually moving it necessarily. And then that job to move it is there for somebody to take it. But if they don't, then who cares? Because like the system just kind of eats it and moves on. You know, that is not a real simulation. And so like things like ganking in Eve, things like destruction in Eve broadly is what allows this, like the actual meaningfulness of Eve to exist, which is what gives all of these relatively boring and rudimentary tasks actual value, right? This goes back to I've been playing PAX Dei, and I'll just tell this story, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time to Malak for this, but we showed off PAX Dei last week, and because it was the free weekend, and I thought it was really interesting of a game, but also, you know, this idea that it's not worth the juice, not worth the squeeze, has been something that I think about a lot. And to a certain extent, so Malak has gotten really into that game. So he was playing it a lot this weekend. I was playing a different game, which I do want to talk about in a little bit, but one thing at a time. So like I've been wrestling with this game for a while, and Eve Echoes. Not Eve Echoes, Eve Frontiers. This is actually like, this is a thing that I've been kind of digging on for a little while. And to a certain extent, other games too, like we got into SOTOR and stuff. But like, in PAX Dei, you have to go and mine a whole bunch of rocks and chop a whole bunch of trees. You have to do a lot of grinding just to level up. And you need to level up to be able to use the better equipment, not just build the better equipment, but you even need those higher levels. You need to do those grinds to even use that better equipment. And so, you know, what I do today in PAX Dei, you know, I log in and I go and play. And I'm not doing things in the game. I'm not spending time in the game because I want to do those things right now. The whole point of this is to build something up. It is a progression game, right? And EVE Online is the same way, right? Do you really go out and some people obviously mine just to mine. There's a lot of people that just mine to relax at the end of the day or at the end of the weekend or whatever. But like, even with me, there's a lot of times that I play Eve. Eve gameplay is meaningful to me, even when it's boring, even when it's work, because it's for something, right? Like I am mining these resources now because I might need them later. I'm gaining this ISK now because I might need it later. This is a story that has taken place over the course of decades, and it will continue to take place over time. This is why I say that Eve is less of a video game and more like a train set. It's just like a thing that you constantly work on. And so any amount of time that I spend in Eve feels like it's meaningful, right? If I'm just cleaning my house, walking around cleaning my house, that's fine. That's a good thing to do. Cleaning your house is good. You should clean your house. But I could also just be logged into Eve and be AFK mining. Is AFK mining like the best gameplay in the world? No. Is it something that like I would do just for some random single player game? No. I'm doing it because it is gaining me progress in this virtual universe that we participate in. It is increasing my standing, my existence in this project that is meaningful to me. Tomorrow I will have more resources because of what I did today. And that's why I'm doing it, right? Which is why I think that Eve Frontiers I've struggled to stick with it. Because without that, it's just a curiosity, right? Dabble with it for a little while, play around, see how the progression works, be like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But like, you're not committed to it. You're not like the achievement part of it is kind of undermined by the fact that all of this is going to get wiped out. If I put in effort today, it doesn't actually matter in 6 months. Not just in a, like, it's nothing's going to matter, but like it's going to get wiped. You know, and they have done some things to try to make this okay, but like, so anytime you're going to have these kinds of games that demands you do work, like sandboxes demand you do work because sandboxes are a shared experiment, and without work, your contribution to the sandbox is, it risks being meaningless, right? People will be more careless about it. People won't invest in it. It won't matter, and it'll just become slop. Whereas if there is real work to make real change in the sandbox, then that makes the actual sandbox experience work a little bit better. Or at least this is what like game design suggests, right? There's a reason why everything has to be that hard in PAX Day. One of the things I thought about was like, why is there no gardening in PAX Day? Why is there no gardening in PAX Day? Like, there's all these other features. You've got plenty of things that are gardening like, you know, I can put something into a kiln and I have to wait 30 minutes for it to give me what I want. There's no difference between that and necessarily like planting a seed and then getting a crop. But the problem is, actually, I thought about it for a while, is that like gardening creates resources. All these other systems, the kilns, the distillers, all these other things with timers, they convert resources. In a world in which a sandbox, the sandbox is important, then making sure that every single thing that gets made and found and done takes real work and doesn't undermine other work becomes very, very important. And this is one of the things that EVE Online has to struggle with every single thing that they do, right? You know, you can't just add gardening into PAX Day because it'll make the scavenging, going out there and finding garlic, meaningless, because you could just get enough garlic and then make your little garlic farm, and now you have garlic, right? And that at that point, it's now like, okay, well, how do I balance that? How do we limit the amount of garlic that they can have? How do we limit, you know, all these different things? And that's a totally different design problem. And it's about controlling how much resources exist in the universe and ensuring that the proper amount of work goes into it to make sure that those things exist in the universe. But if you're going to have that environment, that has to, like, you have to answer the question, so what? So what? And this has been the big problem that I've had with PAX Day, which is that, like, I can look at it and be like, okay, well, I can see that there is these progressions. There's like 4 or 5 different tiers. I can get better gear and all that sort of stuff. But I wanted to like become the alchemist or become the wizard or whatever. And there's these different options. But like ultimately, the universe is pretty thin. And of course, the biggest concern, the biggest concern as a player is, of course, I'm going to invest 1,000 hours into PAX Day to make my situation badass, and then the servers are going to shut down, right? This happens. You're not in control of it. One day, you know, the universe, and so like, and this is a big thing about like EVE Online, and why I think that a lot of existential dread kind of comes out of like CCP making a mistake, because it's like, if something happened to EVE Online, if something happened to CCP, all this work, all this stuff that we put into it, all of this, the hours that the millions of hours, the trillions of hours collectively we have players have put into making decisions, organizing things, setting things up, putting things into position, building the stuff, building our networks, blah, 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 all that would be gone. What's the point of building up all of this stuff? What's the point of grinding if tomorrow I can't actually be better for it? And so this is why, like, all of these games, I enjoy sandbox games to a certain extent. I mean, I like the experiment that the EVE Online universe has created. But these other games have not answered that question of what's the point? Why do this, right? Like, what is the point of grinding to the highest tier in PAX Dei besides just saying that you're now the highest tier? I don't know yet. But I think that EVE Online has very much answered that question. And I think that that's one of the things that makes it lightning in the bottle. And EVE Frontiers may be that someday, but obviously it can't. People are playing around with that. You know, there are groups that are making meaningful existence in EVE Frontiers, and those stories are indelible. Like, these will always be the stories of how EVE Frontiers early betas went, in the same way that, you know, that will always be the story of how the invasions went, right? Like, nothing will ever change. Like, it could have gone all these different kind of ways, but like the fact that Edencom took back the Arshat transmuter is just a thing that has happened now. It's part of the history. It's there now, regardless of whether or not you participated in it. And so, like, in that sort of way, the previous versions or the stories that came out of EVE Frontiers will always be things that have happened. But unlike the Arshat transmuter, they're going to be erased and will only be remembered as stories, not necessarily as impact. And so, like, I honor and commend those people who take this scenario seriously, that understand that this scenario is only a couple of months, but they're going to do what they can within that world. I think that it's going to be more meaningful, at least for me, when it's something that you can build up for. The question that I have is, why would I go and mine for 3 hours? Right? Because I don't mind mining. I don't want to do it for 3 hours, right? I don't want to just sit there and mine on a rock for 3 hours. That's fine. I'll clean my house while I'm doing it, right? But like, why, if I'm going to do it, so I'm going to do something for the sake of getting it done, not because I find it enjoyable, but because it's something to get done for progress, right? Why would I do that in EVE Frontiers when I could do it in EVE Online? Why would I put effort into PAX Dei when I could be putting that time and effort into EVE Online? If I'm going to grow in a sandbox, why not grow in the sandbox that is actually functional, persistent, and interesting, right? And this is the idea that I keep coming back to when it comes to these other sandbox games. But yeah. EVE Frontiers, a subgame of the fighting breacher pods with your Marines when the Cinnables try to cheat code their way past shield tank haulers. I don't know. EVE Frontiers. Yeah, that has been my question when it comes to EVE Frontiers. And I think that, I mean, that's meaningful, right? Because like, the point is that, and I don't like to feel like I'm imposing this upon them. I feel like this is what these universes are selling themselves as to us, right? When you call it a sandbox, you're kind of, obviously things are ephemeral. Everything erodes after time. But like, to call it a sandbox, or to make it, to have these be the goals of the game, and more importantly, the design that comes along with that In other words, the fact that play must be work in order for it to be balanced and meaningful. Like, I don't feel like I am wrong as a player to then judge the results of that. If I'm not playing the game just for the fun of playing the game, then you need to make sure that the achievement that I'm playing the game for is worth it, is there. And it like, this goes back to the juice not being worth the squeeze. It's not that it takes too much work to level up. It's that, what's the point of leveling up? You know? All games kind of question this at a certain point. It's like, well, then you can go fight the better things. Well, why fight the better things? So you can get the better stuff. Why get the better stuff? So you can fight better things. Like, that is the treadmill. But like, WoW kind of poses that as being the thing in and of itself, because the raids and the social connections that come from that is the point. In games like sandboxes, the impact is the point. And so that impact needs to be meaningful. So I think with PAX Day, if you are diehard, really wanting to build an awesome player-built house in a player-built environment in a beautiful, beautiful scenario, that's why you play PAX Day. And there is actually a guy that Malak met that I really want to go track down and talk to, because there's a guy with $5,000. Oh man, I've been talking about you nonstop, Malak. There's this guy in PAX Day with 5,000 hours in the game. I want to talk to that guy so bad, because I want to know, like, what is his gameplay like? What does it look like for a player that has put in 5,000 hours into the game? Why do you keep doing it? What is your motivation? As I've said before in EVE, the most important thing in EVE is to have goals, right? Short-term goals, long-term goals, impossible goals. That's what allows you to engage with the sandbox in a meaningful way. So, like, how do you build those things in these other environments? Play is learning. Even animals play and mess around. They're learning and keep skills sharp. I've always said that one of the things I've harped on is that, you know, the game should be learnable through play. I say that all the time about EVE. To me, progression is important. Opportunity cost and investment makes me feel good when you have a good character. It's a risk that you end up with a game that is streamlined to end up. Yeah, and like, progression feels good. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, why this game? You know, are games just an opportunity to help us feel a false sense of progression? I don't think that that's good. I think that it needs to be something a little bit more than that. Like, the reason I don't play WoW anymore is because getting to endgame takes 2 hours, and endgame is running the same 10 dungeons in one raid on repeat and arbitrarily difficult scaling, but you end up clearing all that content in a week. Yeah, and the other thing is that, like I said, at that point, the objective there is the social experiences, but they've also undermined that with things like group finder and stuff. So, why this game? Because it's the best. Well, I mean, again, like, every other sandbox I've played recently comes back to the question of why not put this same amount of effort? And I'm talking about my human effort. Why not, if I'm going to spend my time in a sandbox, why not EVE? The one successful sandbox, right? The one, the sandbox that has like the most interesting story going on within it. So being able to customize your place is a lot of fun, I'm sure. Like EVE, you have a cookie cover, keep stars and Titans. Yeah, and that actually goes back to the other thing, which is that, like, let's flip the script a little bit. One thing that I have been coming back to when it comes to EVE, what EVE really needs is actually the ability to develop your own home, right? You can build a structure, and that's great. Players can build structures, but there needs to be a way for a community, be it a corporation or alliance, to build up their home, either by decorations or trophies or accomplishments and banners, ribbons. This isn't dumb, okay? Like, all you people that are like, hardcore PvP game, we don't want that. You know what militaries do? They give out fucking ribbons. Do you know what units in the military do? They have guidons with a bunch of fucking ribbons. Everything that they've ever accomplished ribbons on your chest. Everybody wants this shit. It's human nature, right? And so, like, this is where, like, bastions, I feel, come really into play. Yeah, ships in the Navy. Where, like, a place that you can continue to grow and build up not only the facilities, but your identity around that facility and within that facility to become something that you want to spend time in and just enjoy with your friends. If anything, that's what Eve is missing. The only equivalent of that is something like 1DQ, where you have like this massive grid of all these different structures. But even that feels so meh compared to the idea of, like, you know, you've got the interior environments now. Let's allow people to continue to augment that stuff and let it be lost. Let it be lost. Let it make it so that I want to be able to invest another billion ISK in my Astrahoos just to make it so that extra cool stuff appears inside, not to rig it, not to give it anything. Let it get blown up if it gets blown up. Let it not mean anything to the person that's blowing it up. Let them get nothing for it. I don't care. They don't get extra salvage. They don't get extra anything. There's no reason to blow me up just because I have these augmentations in my thing, other than to know that I care about it and ruin my day, right? But, like, it feels like the kind of thing that, like, there's no buildup. You have it, and now you have it. And I think that that's also one of the problems with, like, motivations in Eve, especially like nullsec, right? Like, technically speaking, you build up your strategic index over a month or something, but even that, like, rarely matters. The fact that Goons was in a space for several years ultimately almost doesn't matter when it's time to be somewhere else, right? I feel like there needs to be a way to invest in your stuff that just shows that you care and build up your accomplishment. For me, because one game is different from the other, sometimes you just want to swing a sword at something. That's fair. I mean, that's fair. And, like, with PAX Day, I bought the game. I'm okay. I'm okay with playing the game because I see the potential in it. But I don't see the potential in it for myself. I see the potential in it for my friends. If Malak hadn't have gotten it, if TL, I think you said that you got it. Like, if they hadn't have gotten it, I probably wouldn't have gotten it. I'm not going to do the work that it takes to own a plot of land, probably. I'm not going to pay the money for an ongoing subscription to the game. But at the same time, though, if Malak, who does care about the game, wants to do something, I am there ready to go and help them. I am happy to go and team up with him if he needs to go do something, because that's a meaningful experience. And I'm willing to help him with his progression. And if I need to work on my progression in order to make sure that I can keep up with his progression, then that may motivate me to grind a bit. But, like, it's to enable the experience and enable doing it with my friend. I'm not going to just log in and just go start randomly killing people or mining or chopping down trees for my own sake, most likely. But again, like, I literally bought the game explicitly so that way, if Malak can be like, hey, I need a person to come do this thing with me, I can do it. And that's cool. So that's my current spot when it comes to PAX Day. They should add a mechanic where when the industrial index goes up, so do the buffs in the system produce a normal human move in to take jobs. Yeah, well, and this goes into the thing, like, it'd be awesome to have a crew and to develop crew members, and, you know, that may or may not have game mechanic changes and et cetera, et cetera. Was any of that ever idea to be tied into the Evermark system before it was downgraded? Wait, which idea? The Evermark system was always going to be, well, they have talked about, like, external customization to structures, like putting out clouds and other particle effects. I think progression in a new gameplay loop is most important to me. I don't like Minecraft, but I love Vintage Story. Minecraft is a great example of, like, giving people the tools to do something really cool with it. Eve is absolutely going in the right direction. I play Eve with a bunch of vets. We want to keep it a 5 to 6 man PvP group. I do feel the same game I do feel that the game doesn't favor it. So all they do is grief and to keep entertained. Wish there was some bigger reason, IMO. I do often run into that problem where it's like, okay, well, I even have like 4 people. I have 3 to 5 people. What do we even do? I mean, like, the Abyss is fine, but I like the Abyss, especially as an individual. But as a group, it somewhat falls apart. Because, like, so I say that things, one of the things I've argued many times is that, like, part of the fun is engaging with other players, right? Like, Overcooked is a great example where, like, you could theoretically play Overcooked and solo, I guess. You could even theoretically play both characters if you wanted to. Overcooked is a never mind, whatever. But, like, that's not the point. The point of the game isn't beating the game. The point of the game is attempting to do this task with another person, with all of the communication, miscommunication, and tomfoolery that arises from that, right? Another good example, actually, is, like, any number of 4-player go in and do shit games, you know, Repo, to a lesser extent, Phasmophobia, etc., etc. Although I play Phasmophobia solo all the time. What is that other one? Lethal Company. Like, these games, like, exist for you to do stuff with your friends because a challenge can be relatively straightforward, but the act of like cooperating with another person to do that action can be much more complicated, right? And so, like, but the problem is that oftentimes a lot of the things that are group content in EVE, first of all, a lot of group content can just be done solo. It's it's not really group content. But even the stuff that is group content, often the tasks are so simplistic and the challenges are so repetitive and non-demanding that you don't get that excitement of working with your friends, right? If I do a home front, I can get the feeling that we're a well-oiled machine, you know? We might make mistakes, and then I could be like, you guy, and that's a little bit of excitement. But pretty quickly with most of the home fronts, you can get it to a situation where everybody just kind of knows what they're doing, and they're executing it. So at best, you feel like a well-oiled machine. At worst, you're just grinding the same simplistic task over and over again without even necessarily engaging with other people because everybody's just doing their task, right? You're just doing the one thing next to other people, right, that are doing their thing. So as Malak pointed out, like, home fronts end up being good, but then they quickly can become boring. So, like, there's been many times where I'll end up with like 4 or 5 people and then be like, well, now what do we do? What do we do? I've got 5 people. What do I do with them? We could do home fronts, but that's kind of boring. We could do what? What could we do? I mean, like, there's faction warfare. There's just roaming around and seeing what to do or whatever. Like, but there's like no way as a guy to be like, this is the thing that we're doing, which is one of the reasons why we keep defaulting back to mining, right? Because that's like the thing that you can do as a group. Like, one of the things that always frustrates me is like the reward for things in LoSec. For instance, if I could bring one site as an example of the biggest problem with EVE Online right now, when it comes to this kind of small group gameplay, is the Besieged Covert Research Facility. The Besieged Covert Research Facility is a site that occurs in LoSec. It is only in LoSec. It has a bunch of Mortis Legion guys, a couple of wings, some battleships. It's a pretty spooky dungeon, or like site. You can't do it. Hell, it ripped apart my Stratios. So you need to have a very, very well done, like, maybe you might be able to do it. I think you can do it with like an assault cruiser, or maybe a battleship, but these are nasty things to be running around in LoSec with that are pretty expensive. So, you know, the best way to do them is with a group. You know, 2 to 3 or 3 or 4 people can run besieged covert research facilities pretty well. And so, like, that should be the thing to do, right? I've got a couple of people in my group. I've got 3 or 4 people. We're going to roam around. Now, I'm going to roam around and look for fights, right? That's what you do. But I've always wanted something else to be happening while I'm roaming around looking for fights. And so, like, this, my earliest one was, oh, look, there's besieged covert research facilities. Let's take 2 or 3 Drekovics or maybe VNIs or whatever it is that we're going to do. Some ship comp that is capable of running the site, which is, you know, not nothing. Can't do it in your random frigates and destroyers or whatever. So you've got to have, you know, somewhat nicer ships, cruisers, destroyers, etc. I want to run around and fuck with stuff in low sec with those ships anyway. So I'm also going to run the besieged research facilities while I'm going, and that's kind of like the other. That's the activity that we're doing. Besieged covert research facilities are worth 30 million ISK at best. So you're roaming around, like, it is very difficult to convince 3 people that it's worth stopping what they're doing and running this site for maybe 10 million ISK in low sec. Like, there are theoretically things that you could do that would be better as like a group that can go and execute it. But, like, again, is the juice worth the squeeze, right? Like, we do need more meaningful activities. Even Abyss, right? Even the Abyss. The frigate Abyss is cool. You can have 3 people in Abyss, but because the Abyss was originally designed for cruisers and therefore was designed for 1 person in mind, and the fact that even like the extra resources are actually not good to collect as a frigate pilot because they don't get tripled. You only want to collect them if you have nothing else to do. So most group Abyss content is, hey, anchor on me, shoot stuff, shoot what I tell them to shoot. Like, you're not actually flying your ship. You are effectively being a bot for the group, right? You could replace that person with an AI with no meaningful difference, which is part of the problem, right? With a lot of these things. This is why botting became such a big deal in EVE Online, is because so many of these things are something that could just be easily turned into an algorithm. And unfortunately, Frigate Abyss, while it could theoretically become like this thing where 3 different people are actually trying to communicate and rely on it, I'm going to go do this, you do this. No, it often almost always results in everybody anchors on one dude and you focus fire, and it'd be so much better if I could just input broadcast all 3 accounts and whatever. So, all right, hold on. Lots of things have been said. What if CSP came up with a mode that was a mix of improving ground PvP and abyssal PvE? Improving grounds PvP and abyssal PvE that you'd randomly get selected for these modes. That's funny, Jeff, because that's how Proving Grounds started, sort of. The old Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos Frozen Throne mods were great, but Eve Frontiers on Singularity... Put Eve Frontiers on Singularity, give LP in that game for manual work, and link both together. Incorporate CPU soldiers like how Battlefront 2 did. Computers do the work, humans do it better, tactically and all that, like non-expert CPUs. I mean, I would say that the whole point is about creating meaningful decisions, right? Even, video games are a series of meaningful decisions. How do we ensure that there are meaningful decisions to be made? CCP missed the boat on home fronts. They should have gone hard with the ability to onboard people into group play. Both it and Battlefields were great for that, and they killed it. I wouldn't say that they necessarily killed it, but like the fact that they don't iterate enough. Homefronts was always designed to be iterated on. They did 1 iteration where they introduced the new 3-band content, and that was fine. But like, that's why I'm hopeful that this news article represents a change in that. Abyss was great. It had 5 weathers at first. It had 5 tiers at first. They changed it, so now there's 7 tiers. They made one tier 0 and tier 6. But like, the whole point of the Abyss was that they could theoretically create different weather types. They never have. One of the things that we speculated back when the Abyss was first coming out, like, so in EVE Valkyrie. In Valkyrie, they had a thing called black holes, which was like Proving Grounds, but for Valkyrie, where like special rules applied within that game mode. Each time had different rules that applied, and it only applied within that game mode, and then they would move on, right? And so they could experiment with different effects in the universe through this, and then decide whether or not they wanted to carry something over to the more mainline, right? In my opinion, the Abyss was supposed to be that. We should have had like special weekends where special weathers exist, where special rewards exist, if you do it at that time, as a way to experiment with new mechanics. Never did it. Like, this stuff, so much of this stuff, this goes back to like incursions, right? What is the biggest flaw with incursions? My explanation of incursions to people, if you know World of Warcraft. Imagine, World of Warcraft's first raid was Molten Core. It came out in 2004, right? Imagine if Blizzard never came out with another raid again. It's just all we have now, still to this day, in the year of our Lord 2025, is Molten Core. That's the only raid available. However, yeah, incursions is the Sancha thing. However, they've added a currency to Molten Core to make it so that it's worth running continuously, even though it's not essential. It's not, you can get these things in other places, but one of the efficient ways of getting rewards is to just run Molten Core over and over again. And because Molten Core is now 20 years old, it's dialed in. People are no longer confused by mechanics. There's no longer a debate about the best solution. Nobody is running Molten Core for the first time by themselves as a group. Every single person that goes into Molten Core at this point is going in with a group of people that have already run this thing so many times that they have every single move memorized, every single character memorized, every single line memorized, because they've run it 1,000 times, because you have to continually run it, and they've been running it for 15 years, right? That is the state of incursions, right? They came out with a raid, and then they never did anything with it, but they made it so that it's so rewarding that people will continue to run it, even though it has not changed in 15 years. And the result of that is that the relationship with the player base to that thing fundamentally changes. It's no longer a thing to work out. It's no longer a thing to experiment with. It is a thing that is optimized, and your job is to do your part within that. And if you fail to, if you don't have the correct thing, if you don't do the correct thing, they have no patience or tolerance, because they're not doing it because it's exciting. They're doing it for the resources. So anything that you do as a participant within that team that diminishes the amount of resources that make it less efficient to do, you are the problem, not the actual site. And that changes the way that we operate. It changes the way that people think about things. It changes our relationship to things. And so, like, the biggest problem is that CCP builds these hooks. They talked about this a lot with scarcity, building all these hooks that they can, and these levers that they can move. And they've been so proud of all the balancing that they've been able to do for the last couple of years because of these levers that they put in during scarcity. They're able to like tweak things here and there in order to adjust the, isogen, or, here's a little bit to make pyrite work out a little bit better. We've made all these levers. It's so great. They've made all these levers for content. They made all of these content delivery systems: Abyss, Homefronts, Cosmos, Epic Arcs, missions. None of them have seen more than one meaningful revamp. Meaningful, like, if we're going to live in a living universe, this goes back to the whole thing. It's like, these things need to exist because you need to feel like what's happening in the story is also happening in the game. It's good that the lore is based on this site that exists. We can be like, oh, this is what we have been doing. Like, the fact that capsuleers have been being paid out for emergency aid is now in the news. This ties the last few years together. Great. Awesome. Perfect. That's the reason why these things exist. That's why you put the home fronts in. Keep doing that, but have it be meaningful. Now that has happened, you now have to be like, okay, well, that home front can't exist anymore. At least not as it is. because it's been called out. So how does that change? How does new home fronts happen? How does new it's great to tease stuff, and they've gotten really good at like having the box, but not necessarily opening that box. And I think that it's incredibly important for them to make sure to go back and not just dovetail off of home fronts. It's not enough to just come out with the Drifter Crisis as a series of repurposed home fronts. They need to make sure that the player base believes that home fronts are a living feature, and that happens because home fronts get added, home fronts get removed, potentially. Home fronts have a limited time. Home fronts are tied to events in some broader way. That's how you make people take home fronts seriously. Otherwise, it's just another thing that they just added in, and eventually it gets optimized and nobody cares about it anymore. And eventually, it becomes anachronistic for it to even exist, you know? Now, there's emergency aid home fronts. As of today, there are emergency aid home fronts that should not be in the game. They are an anomaly in the game. They're actually, now that I say, yeah, no, because we looked it up, they still exist in the game. So, you know, over time, that situation is inevitable when you have something that's supposed to be timely. And unlike in Molten Core, you can't just floor tank incursions. Well, I mean, fair. It's 2026. Oh yeah, I said Year of Our Lord 2025, didn't I? Whoopsie. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's anything else. They use the base of home fronts to make event sites. Yeah. I do want new Abyss, but I'd rather see a new layout structure for them and see them as a core part of the Pochfin content. I would love to see more stuff too. But my point is that, like, adding a temporary weather effect that's tied to an event should not be hard. And the fact that they have never done that concerns me, because that should definitely, like, they should be able to do that all the time. They should be able to be like, and now there's a weather event that makes you slower, and now to celebrate the release of breacher pods, now we have an event where breacher pods are super powerful because everything has high resistances. Or there's another, you know what I mean? Like, well, they added, again, there has been an addition. They added in the new rooms. They added in the new difficulties. But I find it interesting that weather is something that just applies on top of it, and they've never really experimented with that. They've never done a new abyssal weather. The weird green turquoise materials, please don't buy them though. I want them gobble. What the hell is Seventh Heaven talking about now? I really enjoy being taunted by the Resource Wars LP store every time I go to spend LP. The fact that, okay, the fact that all this shit is happening and they haven't figured out a way to bring back Mining Blitz is... I got nothing to say about it. Besides, it's astonishing. Think they'll ever come out with T3 minerals? Like if Joe Space ever opens up? I don't... What is a T3 mineral? And how is a T3 mineral different than... How is wormhole gas not a T3 mineral? Oh, never mind. Trampy already said that. They did. Oh, you're talking about Tyrannite? Well, that was for the event. They add ore for events all the time. That's true. The Drifter weather, the Sov upgrades, Capsuleer Day events. These are all... No, they've been adding a lot of weather into the universe, which is good, Malak. What I'm saying is that they haven't been like, okay, and now for the remainder of the weekend, so for this weekend, now all the Abyss, regardless of which filament you use, the weather effect is not going to be the normal weather effect. It is actually the weather effect from the Drifter Crisis system. right? Like, that's just an example off the top of my head. Obviously, that might not necessarily work out, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, they have, that's the thing is that I feel like they have all these tools, and it feels very weird that they've never experimented with that, because they could just be like, oh, like, here's a weather that like creates these very bizarre scenarios, which will allow entirely different ships to take power, and maybe allow players to kind of work on a puzzle together. That's my point. T1 is asteroid ore, T2 is moon goo, T3 is wormhole filler and gas. We had no idea what a T4 material would look like because, yeah, we don't build T4 ships. Players use expensive ships in Abyss. Most of them are optimal fits for the content. Slight changes can make them lose their ships, and they will get bored and leave the game. I disagree. Having been somebody who's done Abyss for a long time and hung out in the Abyss community for a long time, I disagree. I mean, there are definitely some people that are like that, but also like new opportunities allow for new options and new yeah, I don't. Again, I think that the fact that everything is so optimized and the fact that people get so upset when things get disrupted is actually a consequence of it now being so stagnant. Because that was not how people felt about it in the beginning, you know? I think that that's an easy way to break through things. Like, yeah, your optimal fits don't work anymore or won't work for this, but whole new things could theoretically work. And you could even make an extreme version of it. What if we just decided that there was a battleship Abyss for a week or a month, right? So my point is that they have a lot of possibilities, and they've always had a lot of possibilities to make the content that exists in the game a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more interesting. And they have historically failed to do so in meaningful ways. And some of these are more egregious than others. We could talk about the nothingness that happened after Pachin was formed. We could talk about how little the Abyss has been updated since the one update that they did do, to the fact that Cosmos missions have been broken for basically the last 10 years, and this goes back to that New Eden news and the current state of things, where it's like they're talking about doing it better, and that's exciting, but it also just reminds me how poorly it has been executed in the past and the damage that poor execution has done, right? So hopefully it'll be better, but we'll have to see. And like, hopefully this discussion helps. Because like, part of the problem is that CCP, we need to communicate to CCP that this is what we care about for CCP to know that this is what we care about. It goes back to the fact that killers were able to silence achievers for a long time. A lot of what we understand is what Eve is based on old information by a very one-sided view of the community. And so it's about building a new world. Like the old PvP proving grounds using proving ground filaments, that's really good. You know that the original PvP proving grounds actually required you to do normal Abyss first, right? There was no filament for proving grounds. You did a tier 3 or above Abyss run, and in the last room, if the proving grounds were currently going on, in other words, there were enough people that were running the Abyss at tier 3 or above at that time, then a second gate would spawn in the last room, and then you would go in there and do the PvP if you wanted to, or take the main gate out if you wanted to, which did lead to a few people hilariously losing their ship accidentally. But it also meant that the people that were in the proving grounds had to at least prove themselves through a tier 3 Abyss before even going into the proving grounds. And that was fairly interesting. One thing I like about Echoes was their unique version of the Abyss, where it was like an endless labyrinth of branching rooms and gates. Yeah, like turning it into a roguelite type thing. But again, like the problem with EVE Online is like, it goes back to what they were saying about the Abyss, right? With permanent loss, there's only so much of like the roguelite element that players are going to accept, right? Like people aren't going to get into something where loss is likely to happen without necessarily, or if they are going to do that, then they're going to have to already like compensate, consider that. Like, they're only going to do it if they can still do it and be viable, right? Like right now, CSM is focused on unlimited alpha creation being bad instead of lore stuff. I mean, to be fair, the fact that everybody can have 1 million accounts isn't great. Although, like, when was the last time that people having 1 million alpha accounts was really that big of a problem? Like, the biggest thing is, oh, I can log into any system I want to get intel. There are other ways of getting intel, so it's not that big of an impact. Like, who gives a shit about having a bunch of alpha accounts? What matters is having a bunch of omega accounts. That's the problem. That's where things run in. Elections and intel. Don't you have to have an omega account to vote? I don't necessarily... I don't think that anybody has actually... The amount of work that it takes to turn your alpha clones into infinite scouts, I don't know if anybody has actually, like, expressed that as being a legitimate issue. No, this feels like a cover... Like, this feels like... Not a cover-up, but like a distraction, right? Because like I said, the main issue is multi-boxers, not alpha clones, because alphas can't multi-box. So kind of implied in that attack, or in that criticism, is the idea that people are multi-boxing alpha clones, which, I mean, I've heard that accusation many, many times. Obviously, go after those people, whatever, fine. But, like, it's not... The problem isn't that they have... That somebody can have 30 alpha clones. I'll argue that all day. No, I haven't watched yesterday's Nerds episode yet, because you told me it had Young Puke in it. Should I watch it now? They can still multi-box? What do you mean by that, Trampy? I mean, and by that you can, like, mechanically circumvent the login rules? Sure, but it's against the rules of the game, and you can get banned for it, right? Yeah, but they'll get banned for, like, ban them. The CSM players are saying it's an issue. Again, I feel like, oh no, my free account will be banned. So, I mean, you could like, okay, well, but okay, by that logic though, then how are you going to curtail people making free alpha accounts? Like, that's the other question. Like, what are you going to do to actually stop somebody from making free alpha accounts that isn't just bad, generally? There's no need for a person to have more than 10 omega accounts in the game. I would say 5. Oh, alpha's going safety red. Oh gosh. I mean, fixing it so that alphas couldn't go safety red was good. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to hear that argument more cogently as to why alphas are that big of a deal. And if the issue is that they're multi-boxing, then, like, yeah, ban them. I think that my point is that a lot of times where I see people complaining about alpha accounts, they're talking about situations where they couldn't be alpha, like people talking about ganking in high sec as alpha accounts. Well, I literally can't do that now because of safety red. So, all right. Well, I'm gonna have to. Oh God. All right. Fine. Fine. We'll watch Nerds. Am I gonna just rage out for the next half an hour? Okay. Especially with the abundant free weeks. I will say that, like, giving everybody an account, there are some friction, some burrs in the alpha clone system with free omega, etc., etc. But I honestly think that that's more of a CCP problem than anything, because, like, skill farmers and stuff. I think another fix can be to have them automatically respawn in their home station in a pod after 24 hours not logging in. That won't fix multi-boxing. Again, like, I don't agree that being able to log in an alpha for intel is that much more damaging. But I guess let's watch this.
I mean, some people say, you know, you don't want to see how the sausage is made, but I mean, so far we're halfway through the week, and I'm very excited at the sausage, and I'm.
Hi everyone, welcome back to.
Oh no, you got wiped out by the boot.ini joke. Oh no, 7th Heaven.
Nerds, the new Eden review dev show. Still got it in one time. So let's just get started. Normally, I'm here with my fellow CCP community devs, but this time
well, this is the Nerds episode about the summit.
Brought the CSM members. They are in town for the CSM summit, so let's just get to it. Hello, Hyperviper.
I'm Hyperviper. I
didn't realize
it's my
that.
first term with the CSM. I'm with Goonswarm Federation, one of the directors over there.
And I'm Oz, my 3rd term, unfortunately, my last for now. And I'm the markets and economics dude.
I'm Young Puke. This is my 2nd term, and I am the Alliance Executor of an alliance called Sedition.
So guys, you have been on CSM 20 since, let's just say, late November when we got you all situated and we were going with our meetings, etc. How has it been?
I think it's been interesting. It's been a lot of learning and seeing kind of the stuff that's in process and stuff that we can get sorted and kind of help give our input on from the community to improve things in EVE. So it's been really eye-opener. It's been really interesting, at least for me, at first term.
And now for Oz and Young Puke, it's not your first rodeo here.
Let's
any
speed
thoughts
this up a little bit.
How we're doing so far?
I think it's very interesting to see that we have this onboarding phase where, you know, in December, where everyone gets to know each other and we talk a little bit about mostly administrative stuff, and then
just so everybody knows, a little bit of background. CSM is the Council of Player Management. So these 3 people that are talking were all voted by the player base last year in order to be our representatives. They're part of a group of 12 that gets flown out to Iceland in order to do the CSM Summit, which is what they're doing right now, which is why this is happening. So they get to they're under non-disclosure agreements with CCP, and so they get to be shown stuff a little bit early and get to give some insight and thoughts and feedback as to and represent us to the player base, or represent us, the player base, to the company. So that's what they're doing.
The summit just kicks it into high gear. The summit is where all the big conversations start, and it's where we solve most of the issues I think that we see, and it sets the tone for the rest of the year. So it's really, really, really cool to be here and to finally kick it off.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things I like about the summit is that's when the group starts really forming together. Right when you get elected, everyone's more like a set of individuals. If you didn't work together before, right, it's fostering new relationships, what are your strengths and weaknesses, and coalescing into a CSM versus a collection of individuals.
Yeah, it's been really interesting kind of learning from the other people and kind of seeing how things go, because obviously being one of the newer people on the CSM is okay, what do I do? Where can I input on? And kind of getting all the heads up from them. And then obviously in person, it's been great to kind of get together, chat with ideas, get to know each other a little bit more, and really hammer down some great ideas and what we can do.
So basically at the CSM Summit, for those who don't know, we stuff all these guys in a meeting room. It's a big meeting room, but yet it feels very small when you have 12 CSM members plus the visiting CCPers in said room. And then we shuffle our teams in and out for roughly hour and a half chats for each team, so we can go over the plans for the future. But it's long weeks, it's long days specifically, and there's also after hours. So I've not been out with you guys yet. Tell me, what are you up to besides sitting in the meeting room?
Well, we are partying late. We get to about 8:39, and we're like, it's bedtime.
Having seen different CSMs now, I think every CSM has their own level of after hours activities, and it's true. So far this week has been rather quiet.
Historically, it's actually been known that the real work happens after the summits, right? When they're all at the bar hanging out together. So it's interesting to hear them say that.
But for some CSM are a little bit under the weather, and I think the average age is also a little bit, including being my fault, a little bit higher than usual. But I feel like we still have 3 days to make it happen. So I think we're gonna escalate here quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, last year I think though it was really cool. Hilmar also was staying at the hotel, and so a very unique experience was we just sat with him to the lobby till 4 o'clock in the morning. Not 4, maybe 2 or 3, just talking about EVE. And he would sit there the entire week. And it was a very unique experience. But this year, he's not there. So it's everyone now has bedtime, 10 o'clock, get up at 7. You got to herd the cattle or everyone to CCP headquarters.
That's very interesting. Hilmar's not at the CSM summit?
And yeah, it's fun. It's a very different crew.
So what's their group dynamic like? Do you have one designated adult who's okay guys, it's bedtime, we're going, and who gets everyone out the door in time, or are we all self-sufficient adults here?
So okay, we have sauna time. So there's a sauna at 9:30 every night. There's a sauna at our hotel. So every night at 9:30, we all go to the sauna. Not everybody. So far, it's been Hyper Viper and I and Mick and a few others. We go to the sauna, 30 minutes, relax, and go to bed. Like that is the routine, right?
Yeah, no, it's one of those weird things. It's like, okay, it's the day.
I'm sorry. It is not a secret that I'm not a big fan of Young Puke, but the fact that he's like, oh yeah, we all do this, but it turns out to just be him and one other dude is so. Anyway, whatever.
Is like you mentioned, we're all packed in a room. Is really interesting and very engaging.
Trying to take this
But
seriously.
at the end of the day, it's like you're drained. it's really neat and fun. You're engaged, and it just like hits you, and you're like, oh, okay. And then you have the food coma, and then like last night, I was like talking to my wife, and I'm like, I'm gonna go back down. I'm just close my eyes 5 minutes, and it's now 1 a.m. And I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna stay asleep. So
for me, a lot of this has also been, you said it's long days, but the days feel extremely short because we're covering so many different things. And even though we have an entire week, these 1.5 hour slots on one specific topic, be it UI or some expansion or security, it feels like we never get there. And so during lunch and even after the meetings, a lot of us try to, grab the developers again to clarify some things, to, finish some discussions that we haven't been able to finish. And then after hours, I've been streaming. I've been doing AMAs also afterwards. And then, most of us are doing presentations on Friday to CCP devs. And so we're preparing that. So there's really isn't a lot of time left in the day to do anything else.
It's like afterwards, like we'll go out for dinner as a group, and then like CC peers will join us, and then we talk to them. But like the conversations don't stop when the summit ends. It's like your entire term. It's not like CCP vanishes and we see what happens. It's like a continuous dialogue that happens all throughout the year. And so like the summit kickstarts everything because there's usually like a general plan, what you all want to do. We then help comment and steer the rudder, so to speak, and we help you guys sort of execute that plan. And the best way that it could really help multiple communities, and similar to Oz, like after every day, just Q&A summary, or just post a summary like this is what I was able to bring up, or topics that I thought were really important that I like brought up, generally speaking, to see that for constituents, like their voices are being heard, like the topics are being brought up, whether it's we talked about this before, like alpha problems or taxes or ship balance. Like you have the power to really be the platform for players that are like not here.
Alpha problems. This is interesting. This is very much like, I have not seen too much of this up until now. So in a weird way, this feels like it's a little bit coming out of nowhere.
So after these days,
I do not have any confidence in the CSM caring about the Gallente elections.
you go back to your constituency and do it in writing, or you're talking to them on your stream. Hyperfiber, how are you talking with your constituency during these days, or like just after?
It's obviously a much large organization, especially in Goon's form. But
Neon says we need real line member representation in CSM, not these guys. Our alliance directors, and some of them just sit in Jita doing station training. Well, I mean, we get who we elect, and so it's easier for people that have prominent positions in larger organizations to get the votes that they need, right? Oz is definitely not in the CSM for his leadership position per se in like an organization. It's hard to get the grunt representative, right? Without the person claiming to be the grunt representative being themselves not just a grunt, because otherwise why would a grunt actually have the connections that it takes to be successful in being voted in with so few positions?
Generally we chat and chats.
That is true. This is the most diverse CSM to date. So, I've said before, like, I think that part of the problem is that, like, the CSM being an elected body has its strengths and weaknesses. It can't be CCP's only source for feedback, and it is pretty good for what it is. And it's okay that it becomes, dominated by null blocks or whatever, because that's what the voting does, right? And so as long as it remains as one avenue of communication, not the avenue of communication, and as long as they don't have like some sort of actual power over CCP, which they don't, they can't like legislate, they can't vote and force CCP to do something. Like, it's fine. It's just the CSM is only as good or bad as they do for them. Like, it's useful to us as a tool, and therefore it's good for us to have CSM be as good as possible. But ultimately, EVE Online doesn't live or die on whether or not we have a successful CSM. CSM lives or dies based on whether or not they are effective. And a big piece of being effective is not being overly biased, right? Because if all you're doing is voicing the opinion that's on Reddit, well, they could have just seen that. They could have just looked on Reddit.
Get messages sent to me all the time, and then Goonswarm has the INN. So,
if you get elected, they fly you out. You don't buy your own ticket to Iceland.
more than likely after we get back, I'll probably hop in there, kind of chat with them. Where a lot of our guys watch on Saturdays, or little hangouts on comms and kind of go over with them. Not just kind of what I brought up and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, and one thing we did brought up was the loyalty point wallet. So just for reference,
Just had to put it out there. Now,
got to put it out there.
on the topics that you wanted to bring up before you got here, we can talk.
I hope that he means like a loyalty point wallet history, which is something that CCP's already said that they're working on. So it seems like a non-thing for them to talk about. But I can't afford to miss work. Well, there you go then. Best way for most players to influence CCP is participate in Discord discussions with CCP Okami. That is very true. Also, honestly, participating in little things, the little things threads on the forums can be a really good one. Yeah. A lot of like influencing CCP is just knowing who to talk to, right? Because you can explain that the UI sucks to CCP Rise, and he'll just be like, yeah, that's true. So you got to find the correct people to actually do the correct stuff or to have the correct opinions.
A little bit about at least what you brought up, not necessarily what we brought to the table, but how's it been going? Do you feel like you've had the chance to talk to people about promises you have made or things you're trying to achieve?
So I was very transparent before I came here on which the topics are that I think need to be addressed, and I feel like we have plenty of time to address these issues, and I really do appreciate that the schedule was still flexible enough to then make changes and maybe deep dives on certain topics as you have made possible. So I think absolutely, some of the big topics that we feel are important and we are also pre-aligned on in many cases, we have been able to address. I mean,
There's a story about game development that I like to tell when it comes to player feedback, because remember that the CSM are just players, okay? So Gearbox Studios is known for their playtesting, or at least back in the day they were. So they would playtest the shit out of everything. And, they're the developers of Borderlands, right? Borderlands is this action RPG shooter where, you go around and you shoot people and you collect all different kinds of guns and loot. It's like Diablo, but if it was a shooter, right? And it's got these different areas. And so you've got, you start out in one area and you kind of unlock your little base, and then you have to go right across the street to the next area and do something there. And then you go down the street to the third area. And so they were playtesting this in the earliest days, and they got feedback from players that the travel path between the first two areas and the third area was too long, that they should cut it in half, just like take it and put it closer, move it closer. That was what the player base said, or the testers said. So, because it was too much work, it was too annoying, too long to travel from point one to point B. And so what did Gearbox do? Well, they took that feedback and they doubled the number of monsters in the area between the first zone and the second zone. And the reason why they did that was because they heard, when people said like the travel between these two zones is too far. I want my travel to be faster. And what Gearbox interpreted that as was the players are seeing this as a travel zone. They're seeing it as a thing to pass through. And so by increasing the number of enemies in that area, they transformed it from a travel area to a combat area. And so this actually got rid of that complaint. They stopped, they kept playtesting it, and that complaint completely vanished because the players no longer were interpreting that travel as just boring travel. It was seen as an ongoing combat scenario. So you can listen to player feedback and then apply that to what your goals are as a developer, because your goal is to create certain experiences, the sense of victory, the sense of challenge, all these sorts of things. And so players are trying to solve their problems and they've got their pain points or whatever. So it's important to listen to what players have to say, but not necessarily follow their advice directly, because they're experiencing it from a player perspective. They're the viewer of the play. They're the reader of the book. They're the ones experiencing the emotional experiences. And some of those emotional experiences are, by design, negative, right? Making people bored, making people hurt, making people sad, making people fail. These are things that a player would never ask for. And in fact, they might ask against it. But as a designer and as a developer and as a person of experience, of making experiences, we know that those are the very things that set up the good thing, right? That's like in a movie complaining that the bad, like the tragedy happens at the end of Act 2. I don't want to be sad. I don't want the person to die or whatever happens, right? That sucks. Like, I don't like things sucking, but as a person who's writing a story, I know that that negative emotion is necessary for the payoff in the end. I'm creating the experience. I'm not the one experiencing the thing. So it's important to hear from people what they are experiencing, because you have a goal for what they will experience. And so if that is different than what they did experience, then you got to figure out, like, what is the difference there? What allows us to get from what they are experiencing to what we would rather them be experiencing emotionally? What went wrong there? And so in that sense, like, the CSM is actually a profoundly useful tool for feedback if CCP knows how to process it correctly. You know, if you take it one-to-one, then you're just giving the nullsecers what they want, or giving the Pochfin guy what he wants, or giving blah, 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 you know, whatever. And that can be good and bad, but probably short-sighted. What's good to do is take your idea of what you're trying to do and comport that with what is being said to you about it, and figure out where the gap is and what actually needs to happen to make things better. So yeah, that's why I say, like, the CSM, yes, it's biased. It's all these things. Like, it turns out voting and elections and democracy isn't perfect. It also has its flaws. And so in this case, it works, again, because the CSM is not their only source of information. There are plenty of people that are not on the CSM that probably have more influence on CCP's decisions and has influenced more CCP devs in their way that they think than CSM members have. And also, they aren't actually in control. They don't get to vote to force their way. They get to just complain and give their feedback. And that's great. Awesome. They're getting high quality feedback from some of the largest populations within the game, and that is incredibly valuable for them as a game company for them to get. But it's only part of the puzzle. It's only a small part of the puzzle. But to us as players, it feels like it's a big part of the puzzle, right? It feels like it's a big important piece of it, because that's what the CSM is supposed to be. Right? If you think about it, just from an in-universe or like a sandboxy kind of thing, sandboxes are about living your experience. I've said this before. One of the things I love about EVE Online is the fact that, like, you can be whatever you want to be, but you got to actually be it. You know, you can be a general, but you got to be willing to and capable of leading people into battle and inspiring them. You can be an industrialist, but you really do need to know how to do spreadsheets and logistical commands and reward people and, you know, da-da-da-da-da. You can be a space politician, but you have to be willing to get the votes. You have to be able to get the votes. And so the fact that space politics exists in EVE is valuable to EVE, even if the CSM never does anything functional. So the fact that it works, it functions, or it exists as a framework within EVE is almost by definition a net positive to EVE Online. But how influential CSM is and how valuable that influence is a component of who is on the CSM, how well they take it seriously, how well they contribute it, and how does CCP respond to it, how much they take it seriously, how much they listen to it. And both of these things have changed over time, right? We've had higher quality CSMs, we've had lower quality CSMs. We've had CCP that did not give a shit about the CSM. We've had CCP that listened to the CSM maybe a little bit too much, you know, like, but the point is that, like, that's a balancing act, and that's only a small piece of a larger constellation of CCP trying to figure out how to manage this game and this universe in a world in which they're doing shit for the first fucking time. That's the other important piece to note here. Video games are not that new of a medium in the grand scheme of things. MMOs, less so. Sandbox MMOs, whew, there aren't that many of them that have been successful. There aren't that many of them that have stayed off the ground. And, you know, there's a lot of reasons why they're just very spooky to run and to manage. You are dealing with human beings. These people are on the bleeding edge of psychology and sociology, and we judge every choice that they make as if from the benefits of hindsight. Of course, it's you would never. Why would you ever do this kind of balance change? Of course, people do. No one has done anything like this before in the entirety of the history of humanity. Okay, so yeah. They're going to need as many sources of feedback as possible. They're going to need to learn how to listen to it, what to ignore, what to not ignore. This is its own kind of journey. So, and not to mention, how well do they work together to really bring topics, issues to CCP's attention and how they move it forward? Exactly. Good point, Dutch. And, again, this has evolved over time where, like, when I first joined, the CSM was mostly focused on just trying to get their white paper nailed down. And we have people like Torvald who come in and give these, like, they're even talking about how they're able to give their presentations about what they're thinking about. That's because of Torvald, pretty much, I think. Like, Torvald, when he got elected to the CSM, he went around and got all the faction warfare guys stuff, got all this feedback, got all this information, and then came and, normally the CSM come and they get presented to about what's going on, and they may be able to give their feedback or whatever. But like CCP is basically like, this is what we're doing, right? Torvald went in and gave his own hour-long presentation and was like, this is what's going on with faction warfare. This is why it's critically important. This is what's wrong with it. This is how to improve it. And this is why I can say that, because I've collected this data from all these different pieces. I've held town halls. This is the results of that. And that information, it didn't come out then. Didn't come out that year. Didn't come out the next year. But that's what led to Uprising, which we talked about earlier as being a huge watershed moment when it came to the CCP. And so I think that also changed the way that the CSM relates to CCP. People saw that and was like, oh my God, I can like convince CCP that my world is the most important world, right? And you have seen some of that more lately, but I can't stress enough that this is an evolving situation. And as CCP has said many times in the past, if CSM like oversteps their bound, reveals their bias, attempts to try to just get something that's good for their own group, CCP is pretty good at sniffing that out. And if anything, CCP, honestly, to be honest with you, the issue is, if anything, the opposite direction most of the time. It is very difficult to make a lot of the people in CCP care or respect the CSM at all. There are a few people, there are a few of the main designers and stuff that like to talk to the CSM, but there is a huge chunk of this of CCP, the actual development and design staff, that could not be bothered with what the CSM have to say. So, this is a very complex situation.
Alpha problem being one of them. I think a little bit of revamping of PvE to make it more exciting is a big topic, and one topic that YP and I have been talking a lot about in the public as well is making PvP more rewarding and more economically reasonable in the long run to get more people to be able to sustainable PvP, and that's something that we haven't touched on yet, but we hopefully will in the next few days.
And even if it's like not,
that feels like a cursed problem, because how do you make PvP again? It's a sandbox, so progress in a sandbox requires work, right? This goes back to like what Colin said about like pay to play type stuff. It's like, well, if it's something that people want to do, then no one's willing to pay you for it, right? So like, if people could just make money off of PvP, then that idea of like, well, what's the instinct there? The instinct there is the same thing as we were talking about before, right? I need to grind so I can do the thing I want to do, have fun and do PvP. So because of that, I want to make sure that my grinding is as efficient as possible, because I want to grind for as little as possible in order to do the PvP part. So if I can make the PvP part rewarding enough, then, haha, I no longer need to grind. And I've completely, it smacks to me as miners that don't want to be ganked, haulers that don't want to be ganked, etc., etc. It's like, well, figuring out your supply lines and how you're going to like keep yourself equipped is part of the problem with being a PvPer. And also, like, I don't know, man, there's lots of ways to do it. In fact, I've said it before, it is no secret that I do not like Young Puke, but the fact that Young Puke is on the screen right now as they are saying that there is not enough rewarding ways to do PvP is fucking crazy to me. Because like the #1 place to do PvP and small game PvP and get rewarded for is faction warfare, which is the piece of faction warfare that he should be championing. But no, he is all about turning faction warfare into capital warfare and all of this stuff with like, because no combat that isn't capitals doesn't matters. I'm going to keep playing because I'm going to rant. I'm going to get really upset.
A preset conversation topic. A lot of these issues, they're like correlated, right? So you can like bring it on in and then connect the ideas. And let's say it's not a topic that's at all brought up. You can always talk to a developer like, hey, I'm really passionate about this, or whatever topics that you feel that needs to have like spoke at the table. Like kudos to you all. You're very receptive to that and very like flexible and like wanting to have a discussion about that, which really makes like a very open conversation all throughout the week and throughout the term.
Yeah, and I would say for me, one of the big things I wanted to see is getting ability for obviously in Eve.
And so this goes actually back to what I was saying though. Like I kind of have the same instinct, right? Like I like PvPvE, you know. So I want there to be a thing where I can take 3 or 4 of my buddies in Drex and just roam around in low sec and run sites, fight things, do stuff, have fun, and have it be highly rewarding because it's low sec. That's why you're doing it in low sec instead of high sec to have it be. It should be more rewarding. But like I feel like a lot of the sites don't really work. Again, like the Besieged Research Facility, and I think that like Young Puke was one of the main people that supported like the idea of like the fractured sites, and obviously the fractured sites kind of exist more to create conflict than to be a resource to extract. But it is still true that like for the more daring and for the people that can hold the line, like it is highly valuable resources. So that's cool. But the problem there is that just supports places like Snuff and places like his group Sedition, the powerful people that can just punk on everybody. And so make sure that their ability to punk on people in low sec means that they also can just get so much value that now they too can run around in marshals all day because they don't care.
More players, new players, and then on top of that, giving them reasons to.
That's like making Monopoly have free parking, give all the money. It's fun for a bit, but then you never play it for years. Yeah, exactly. The very thing that makes it interesting is, you know, the thing that you want to get rid of. Capitals in faction warfare? Yeah, no. Well, there has been a lot of more capital play in low sec broadly, including faction warfare groups. But my point is that Young Puke is a faction warfare guy that is almost exclusively committed to larger scale combat. I mean, he was my military commander in Aderon years back. I've flown it every time I fly in his fleets. If he always like figures out a way to draw us out into nullsec or do something stupid, like he's a faction warfare guy that doesn't actually care about the actual gameplay of faction warfare, and that's one of the things that have always frustrated me.
To drive on new alliances being built, and then how to sustain, like kind of like what Oz was saying about make it economically viable. How do you support these smaller groups to be able to become a large group at some point, or at least be able to understand how to make some money, keep it going, have their little community, and have fun without having to spend tons of extra hours outside the game to sort things out.
Oh, you
just add one more. Sorry,
yeah, sure, go ahead.
Lumii, because we both mentioned the alpha problem, and I noticed yesterday when I was talking to some other people and talking on Twitch that people are asking, what do you mean? What's the alpha problem? And we've been discussing it for so long. I just want to quickly explain that we do see at least three issues with the current alpha system, and that is one, skill extraction of mass alpha accounts after 7-day Omega or similar schemes.
I absolutely agree with that one, by the way. Just for the record, since we've been talking about how much I don't agree with them on the alpha thing, and I even kind of hinted that before, there is a relationship between alpha clones and skill extraction that is broken by things like free game time, et cetera, et cetera. That said, the consequences of that brokenness should be problems within the skill injector market, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know necessarily if so like the problem is that what is the result of this? It is too easy for people to extract skill points with no real effort. So that actually brings down the value of skill points. And so there is a perspective in which you say like, okay, well, alpha clones can extract in this weird way that feels wrong, feels against the rules. But the results of it, the economic results of it, is actually favorable to the game because the more broken issue is skill extraction at all, right? The biggest problem here is that players can subsidize their Omega account or just, basically monetize their skill their skill development, which is a thing that they receive from CCP. That is actually the issue, not the alpha clones. It's skill extractors. Either way.
To a projection issue with alphas, that you can have almost unlimited amounts of alphas sitting in different parts of space to be able to be activated at any time. And 3, perfect intelligence is logging off alpha accounts in different wormholes or systems to check on these systems immediately. This is circumventing certain, I think, gameplay elements that I think are important for EVE, and that's why we feel.
I want someone that's going to argue this point to actually demonstrate the damage of this. YC128 has a guy in every single wormhole system. There are people in faction warfare that has a guy in every single faction warfare system. I think that this position both overestimates the power of that level of intel in a universe in which we already have all these different kind of the second point is our QRF program for wormhole defense. Sure. But like the fact that people can do that isn't by itself bad. People can do things in a sandbox game. People can prepare things in a sandbox game. That by itself is not bad. And so like with how many other methods of intel that there exists and the amount of actual effort that it takes to maintain that many alpha clones, I think he's completely underestimating the amount of effort it takes to actually establish and maintain that level of alpha clone network. That is a whole fucking lifestyle in and of itself, right? So like, there's a certain part of it where it's like, oh, well, I just don't like that, the fact that they can do that. So yeah, I understand that people can do that. I don't necessarily agree that it is a problem because, yeah. So they're okay when Omega accounts do the same thing? Well, I mean, if you pay... The fact that it's Omega adds a limiter, right? So if I want to put 2,000 alphas into different wormhole systems, that doesn't cost me anything. But if I wanted to put 2,000 Omegas into a wormhole system, that costs me 2,000 divided by 3 times 20, right? So there's a natural limiter for it to being an Omega account. But again, like my major question is, what the fuck are they going to do to limit the number of alphas that a person can have? Like that's not a reason. That's just the problem with free-to-play games. Like, what are you talking about? No one has solved that problem as far as I know, where it's like, oh, well, they can just make a new account. They can circumvent bans. They can do whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Like, how are you going to do it in such a way that is going to actually stop the people that want... It's just like, oh, you can't multi-box alphas. Oh, but there's a way around it. Well, guess what? Whatever they do to make it so you can't make more alphas, people are going to find a way to get around it. So then the people that want to get around it will get around it, and the people that want to do alphas for various legitimate reasons are going to be... It's DRM, man. DRM doesn't stop people from pirating the thing. It just makes it so that people that don't pirate it have a worse experience. People that want to, like, oh, I'm a new player... and I'm trying out different stuff, so I'm trying out different alpha clones. Oh, I hit my alpha clone limit. That's weird and dumb. For what? So people... There's no way to do it. Just give it up. It's a lost fight. It's a lost fight. Design around it. Lore-wise, if a super corp manages clone VAT technologies, that company can influence the clone policy. Okay. Well,
Feel like it's a problem that we want to...
Like, it's one of those things, like, I think that EVE Frontiers does really well, which is like, okay, so there's these problems in EVE Online, like the, what do they call it? The agency multiplication, right? Like, multi-boxing just makes it so I can do, like, more than I should be able to do. I have more impact than I should be able to impact as an individual. And that's one of the biggest problems that keeps coming up in EVE Online. But, like... It's a cursed design problem. So you gotta build a world around it. Oh yeah, well, if you've never played this game before, I have lots of other videos that talk about it in depth. It's a great game. So like, you've got to just build around that idea, right? You can't. You do not solve alpha clones by limiting the number of alpha clones that somebody can have, because that's just like not how the world works. You only get there by understanding that that's a possibility and working around that, right? Playing around that, designing around that idea.
To address.
It can be like, and that's what's really cool. It's like we talk about alphas in like one setting or whatever, we bring it up, we feel it's important. And then you can talk about like faction warfare stuff, which is like AWACSing, seaculling, loyalty point stores. Like you can just bring up all these various topics that, you know, your constituents are worried about. And it's really nice because you have that positive feedback loop. Like you talk to your Twitch streamers, I talk to a focus group, Mick Master talks to his focus group, and it's just like a continuous, it's not just the CSM you're talking to, it's like, it's literally the entire game, right? Like we just...
Well, Pirate, it's not that weird. It goes back to what we were saying earlier about sandboxes, right? Like your effort is, you're putting in work in order to like enact your change in the universe, progress your position within the game. And in that world, multi-boxing is valuable because it allows you to circumvent certain challenges and magnify, you know, Eve is a low APM action, or activity usually, so you can set up what needs to happen and then perform that action multiple times across the different characters. So it lends itself to multi-boxing, and it's very easy to add additional characters and maintain efficiency within them. And that progress as a collective is important because you need things like the resources that are coming out of that. WoW, very different experience, right? Because you've got your character that takes a lot of performance, a lot of APMs, and that development is very internal to you and that character. Your progress is internal to that character, and therefore you just have a different set of goals. And so it doesn't make sense largely to multi-box in WoW, but it does make sense to multi-box in Eve.
Just filter that information to make it really condensed. So instead of trying to explain things in 30 minutes, we are able to take a more bite-sized problem and have a dialogue and problem solve about it.
For the record, I have often said that, and the thing that frustrates me about this is that we're dodging the actual issue, which is that CCP should make it so you can only be logged in with up to 3 accounts ever, no matter what, even if they're Omegas. That's, in my opinion, the change that needs to happen. But nobody's going to do that. Nobody wants that to happen. Nobody's willing to defend that position because everybody wants their little multi-box thing, right? Like, that's the real answer. Make it so that a single player, you can have 1 alpha or up to 3 Omegas logged in at a time. Done.
As well.
Yeah.
It's actually a great segue to just go into, for people who are not that aware of your communities and where you source your information, maybe you can explain a little about how you source information from your groups, from people who may have voted for you, or from people who might not even know you. How do you get all that information and then combine it into something that you can actually bring to CCP? Because I know you guys get a bazillion DMs. You can't bring everything up. How do you go about prioritizing this stuff?
Whales with 20 plus accounts will riot. I don't care. They did it scarcity too. Who gives a shit? CCP won't even like that as much as the loss of revenue. They said that they said that it was exact same things in scarcity too. And you know what? CCP turned back and said, actually, when we kill all the multi-boxers, the real stats show that those multi-boxers get replaced by real people. Because the problem isn't just the multi-boxers. It's the fact that the multi-boxers, it's a competitive game. So it pushes out other people. The problem isn't that there is a multi-boxer running home fronts in order to make a bunch of money. The problem is that legitimate people who might want to run home fronts are now competing with those multi-boxers. And that's a single person that's able to just be significantly more efficient than any given other person within the group. Same with faction warfare and other places like that. So what actually happens is that allowing these multi-boxers to exist is actually making the game worse, which is making people not want to stay with it. So historically, when they have done damage to multi-boxers, they have actually quickly replaced those numbers with real people. How do you immerse yourself with a bunch of different characters? For me, multi-boxing is just sad. I agree. It trains people to think about the game in what I would like to think of as a less healthy way. Right? The whole point of game design is to trick the player into playing in the most fun way. And right now, the game incentivizes you. You know, there's the guy from Sid Meier's Civilization. You know, given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of their game. You can't just let players do whatever they want, because then they will make the game miserable for themselves. And in the case of Eve, for each other too. Right? So you have to build the thing where it's like, okay, well, the best thing to do is also the fun thing to do. A really good example from this for this with other games is XCOM 2, right? One of the problems, so XCOM uses, just like Eve, XCOM uses permanent death as a point of tension and excitement within the game, right? You build up your troops, but if anybody of them dies, then it's permanent. There's even some of the more difficult modes that like ramp up this fact. And this leads players to being very defensive in the way that they play, right? It's a turn-based strategy game. So they play very defensively and let kind of the aliens come to them, and it works, but it's a much more boring way of playing. And so with XCOM 2, they did several different things, including like put a turn limit on the match and other such things that basically encourages you and at a certain point requires you to be more aggressive in gameplay, because the safe option is more effective, but it's also way less fun. So we're going to actually weaken the logically best choice in order to incentivize people to play more risky play styles, right? Because it turns out that that is the more fun, like that's what gets people more engaged, and people like it themselves a lot more. They play the game longer. They say that they don't like it. They say that it annoys them that there's a turn limit. But the facts show that people remain more engaged, more excited, and have more fun in the end. It's like when you were a kid and your mom tried to make you go to the camp, and you were like, I don't want to go to camp. That sounds terrible, blah, blah, blah. And then when you go there, you have tons of fun. If you had had a choice, you would have never gone. But your mom knew better and forced you to go. And now you've had more fun. And you won't even think about the fact that you didn't want to go in the first place. You won't even think about the fact that you fought to not go. You fought to not have this experience. So, like, yeah, we have to make it. You can get around this problem by just saying you're not allowed to log in with 3 people anymore. But the God honest truth is that we just need to make gameplay that's rewarding to play with another player. That there's enough going on in it in different places that it requires 2 brains looking at 2 sets of information, like what's going on, in order to make meaningful choices. And that's when you're going to get meaningful multiplayer PvE gameplay, which ultimately in Eve currently, in my opinion, doesn't exist. Meaningful PvE, meaningful multiplayer PvE gameplay does not exist in Eve Online. It's almost like they're allergic to it, which is crazy. Losing the multi-box mining fleets with short-term curse in long-term. Multi-boxing mining is the one place that like multi-boxing is somewhat valid, but even though I'm not a big fan. But like, think about it. Like, EVE Online should be a game about teaming up with people in order to do a thing. But if you can just do it by yourself, or better yet, it's more efficient and less risky to just do it with 2 of your own characters, then people are going to just do that. So it's not about making sure that they can't do that. It's about making sure that doing it with another person is for some reason better. And it sucks that, like, if anything, the design for EVE Online goes the exact opposite way. So many of the sites are actually punish you for bringing multiple people. Oddly enough, in a way that doesn't punish you if you're multi-boxing, because you are like, the fact that I have to split my loot with somebody ends up being a bit of a pain if you are already efficient. But if you multi-box it, you're still getting all the rewards. You're just doing it faster now. So oddly enough, the gameplay actually rewards multi-boxing over actual players. That's what needs to be fixed. To replicate multi-box mining with NPCs? I mean, I've said this before, even before multi-boxing became popular, I defended multi-boxing when it came to mining, because the idea of like keeping all the plates spinning is a very like running your own mining team is like a whole activity in and of itself. I don't believe that mining, for the most part, is engaging enough of an activity to be the thing that you're doing. If you notice, every single time I'm talking about mining, I'm talking about cleaning my house, taking care of my dog, playing a different game, watching Netflix, right? It's a thing that you do in the background when you don't necessarily want to play the game, but you do want to make progress in the game and just let it run, right? But like, if you want to actively mine, you can't really do that with a single person. You can only do that by having a whole bunch of dudes that you're all trying to maintain at once. Like, mining with an orca and 7 hulks is a very different experience than mining with a single Rorqual or like a retriever Mackinaw, you know, in the belt. Okay. Mining could have been given interesting active gameplay loops. I still think that giving Ventures the ability to absorb wasted minerals from waste would be a great option. Mining in PAX Day has a lot more APM than Eve. Yeah, that's true. But PAX Day is just more of an APM game anyways. Winter event did that stuff, bonuses and stuff. Yeah, winter event is some of these events, especially the winter event, does give us a small hint at like how good this could be if it was done right. Limited in-game bots with scripts made by players that could be traded. Limited in in-game bots. Well, I don't think more automation is the correct answer.
Yeah, for me, I obviously have, our organization is very large, multiple alliances and part of.
That's not true. There's a couple of places where I think that more automation is actually the answer. Like, for instance, firing at the next target with your guns. But what if mining, you may... So hold on. I think that we're tackling this problem the wrong way, though, guys. Everybody's talking about how to make mining more interesting, but I just said that the purpose of mining is to have it running in the background while you're doing other things. Like, there can be a place for AFK gameplay. I think it's actually okay for mining to be very low impact, as long as there are other things that are different play styles. I don't think that mining as it is and how low APM it is necessarily something to fix. I think that mining as it is valuable to a lot of people. That people, as I said in the beginning, actually, or a while ago, people that play this game, like, a lot of times people play this game in order to be building up something. But of all of the activities in the game, the activity that I've talked to the most people that are like dads that play Eve in their evening or on the weekends, you know, whatever, you know what they do? Mine. Mining is the fishing of Eve. It is great if it's, you know, hanging out with your buddies on the weekend with a beer in your hand, and it's terrible and dangerous if you're doing it for an income or, you know, for a living or by yourself, right? Like, mining has a place in Eve by its as it is, and I don't think it's necessarily the big problem. So I just want to stress, you think it should be more active? I think that it has active options and non-active options. I think the crit thing could be more of an, like, I think that mining would be best if it's something that can be run passively, but also could be active. Like, so for example, what if crits happen more often, but when a crit happened, it was the possibility of getting more, but then you have to do something actively in order to get the results from that crit, right? It's like, so if you've ever played Cookie Clicker is an idle game. You let it run all day. But, you know, every once in a while you hear bling and a little gold cookie shows up and you click on it and it gives you a big boost. Now, you can just let the thing run all night and never click a golden cookie, and it's perfectly okay. But if you do click the golden cookies, you're doing a lot better. That's like, that would be good for for engaging in activity. What if like instead of just a crit, it like unlocked a small mini. It's like discovery found, and like you have to do a little mini game or a thing or whatever, and rare ore received or treasure found or whatever. In Echoes, you can find little lore pieces while mining. I think that it would be okay for there to be that kind of active, but like the idea of like mining should be as active as, say, killing. The way that here's the monkey paw situation when it comes to making mining more active. CCP is going to make mining more active by making the rocks smaller, because that's how you make it more active, is you make it so that you have to continually restart the lasers in order to make it happen. Resource Wars was actually a great example of active mining, because like not only did the rocks, like it wasn't just that one cycle was you move on to the next rock. You actually didn't even need the full cycle. You only needed a third of the cycle in order to get the full rock. And the Resource Wars sites were timed. And so if you just mined every single rock by like mining it and then waiting for the cycle to happen and then moving on to the next one and mining it, you would actually lose. The only way, or not lose, but you wouldn't get gold. The only way to get gold is to have everybody in the team, because it was also a multiplayer. Resource Wars was so great. All right. So in order to be successful, in order to win, in order to get the gold, in order to get the best thing, you had to have all your people, you had to organize yourselves. There were little banners in the site, so that way you could coordinate. Okay, I'm going to 1, you're going to 2, blah, 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 blah. You have to coordinate and decide who's going where, because every second counts. And so, and each person needs to know, like, okay, well, I need to let my laser go this far around and then stop it, and then that will give me the full rock. You know, a third of a cycle or whatever it is. And everybody needs to be on their game to get the top reward with it. That was good. You can't multi-box it very well. It allows players to be like playing with each other. You have to coordinate, very basic stuff. Resource Wars should be like the iconic like multiplayer, like that in my opinion is the one that they've gotten the best. Homefronts is fine. Resource Wars was so well done and designed as far as this goes. Like I obviously had flaws, that it could be better. You could add in more details, but like I believe that Resource Wars is where they really got the design of what multiplayer PvE could look like best. Where are we? Hacking minigame and mining. I think I'd self-destruct the entire Hulk fleet if that ever happened. Again, you wouldn't even need to. You could just ignore it. But it'd be like something that you got to react to. Not necessarily a whole minigame or whatever. Just something simple that you could react to. Output of ore. But make up for that by think the easy way would be to make hunting NPC mining fleets more lucrative in terms of rare ore drops, so you have more active mining without losing passive. Well, that, I mean, like, there's the skin stuff. There are rewards for hunting the NPC mining fleets, but I would consider that entirely, like, that doesn't make mining more active. That's a, gunboat mining is not mining. More NPC spawning within small intervals in a mining site can also solve the AFK problem. Maybe. Resource Wars would be a good thing to add to faction warfare. I would fucking do Resource Wars in low sec. Similar to flying using autopilot versus manually. That's actually probably a pretty decent comparison, because it still gets the job done, but it's a lot more slower and dangerous. I don't think adding rats is necessarily the answer for mining, because like I said, I think that there needs to be, like, I feel like something has to change with the situation with the mining to make the decisions more meaningful. Like, now you can do the ping to like see where the resources are. It'd be awesome if there was a discovery, right? Like, what if every single time a rock, here we go, here's one, ready? What if every single time a rock in a site is mined out, you know, like how in the ice event you might get a crate? What if instead of you getting the special thing, what if one of the other rocks in the site procs and becomes special? But you now have to hunt for that. Actually, Resource Wars had this too, because they had the golden rocks. God, Resource Wars was so fucking good. But my point is, like, I want to be able to do mining, and then suddenly it's like, oh shit, that thing is actually this rock that I've been mining right next to that looked like it was just feldspar. Boop, oh, turns out it's got fucking dark ochre in it. Hell yeah. Like that is the kind of thing that I want my active mining to look like, because I want it to be about paying attention and responding to a developing situation, not just like, hey, can you also bring drones to kill the rat? Because that has other problems too. Like, well, as a venture, I can go into low sec and start doing danger mining, but as soon as a single rat spawns, I just don't have the oomph to go into it. That's not a more interesting gameplay. That's just a stopper, right? It's like, oh, okay, whatever, I'll go somewhere else. So, like, I don't know if rats coming in is necessarily the correct answer. I think that changing the actual conditions of the field so that way we, like, because you go in and you have to make a decision of what you want to mine. That decision, that's the part that's interesting. That's the part that needs to be explored, and making it so that new decisions come out of it is an important piece to it. I'd like them to do more with scanning for mining. I agree. The foreman nature of things has always been something that I want to look up. Yeah, prospecting. Yeah. I think that some of the changes that they've done really plays into that, but it's not like, again, a lot of these things, if anything, just shows how important it would be for them to do these things, not necessarily being the answer themselves. I do think that NPCs in lower high sec should be more dangerous overall, even more so than in low sec. Make the NPCs a thing to deal with as opposed to players. Doesn't quite make sense from the lore point. I'd like something that to get those massive asteroids, and you have a game where you have to manually fly around and ping to find nodes to destabilize the rock, which when fully destabilized, it cracks. Yeah, exactly. I think that all of the, like, these are kind of good ideas. And the escalations to better mining sites is very interesting. I think it requiring you to mine out the entire site is painful. I think that this should be something that can happen at any time to make it exciting. I'm just going to keep on with the video.
Of our coalition, large amount of people, but biggest thing I do in EVE is diplomacy. So I chat with a lot of executors for other alliances. So I'll chat with them, you know, as being a former executor myself, I kind of remember some of the issues I had, and I see those issues still happening. And they're like, how do we make money? You know, I have to spend all this time out of the game. I need a programmer to help with ESI and stuff like that. And just being able to chat with them, and then also seeing how internally stuff works by maybe floating under the radar in their alliances and seeing information, how they're acting, how everything's going, you know, where are pressure points that they might not talk about. And so I can see a lot more of a view than many individuals might. So
it's actually just reminded me of another fun idea that I had a while back, which is that, like, when they introduce a new piece of technology or something, like the Ativum, right? When they put in the Ativum, wouldn't it have been funny if a certain percentage of all of the metal scraps in the universe suddenly turned into Ativum, right? I've always wanted there to be a thing where it's like, we suddenly discover that this thing that we thought was worthless now might be something interesting. You know, oh, you have piles and piles and piles of scrap. Oh, but it turns out that there's this little thing in that. So now I've got to sift through all my scrap and see if I have any of these doodads that before this point we wouldn't have been able to identify. Yeah.
I have a Discord server with about 7,500 people that people use for trading or to interact with me on my streams or Excel esports. And that's where I have a section that has CSM topics, where people can bring up topics, people discuss topics, and people vote on topics. And that is one of the main sources for me, beyond just talking to players, of gathering, prioritizing, and then structuring input for the CSM.
Yeah, only makes itself known when you reprocess the scrap. Yeah, something like that. I think that it'd be cool for there to be a thing that's like, oh yeah, that thing that you already had is actually now something different. Like, you thought it was scrap, but now it turns out it's actually Ativum.
And that's worked wonders.
Similar to Oz, like, I have two focus groups. One is a low sec non-faction warfare focus group, so people that are not generally involved in faction warfare. The second focus group is a faction warfare focus group. And one focus group that works really well is white letters. We find an issue that we all think is super important. Maybe it's multiple issues within that issue. We write a really good, thorough, concise summary of it, get signatures, submit it to the developers. This is what we think is a problem. And that, has led to continuous faction warfare iteration. Every major update, every expansion, there's always a continuous flow through it. The low sec one, it's voting. Like, we make up general statements of a position, whether it's standings, whether it's related to missions, whether it's related to whatever issue, capital, super capital ship.
Yeah, that carbon was Plex. Yeah.
balance, we vote on it. And so when it gets like plurality, vast majority agrees, we send it over. And there's actually what's really cool is that CCP are in those discords. So like we at them and then a conversation happens like right there a lot of the times. And there's always a conversation that's happening on the CSM level, on the focus group level. And I feel like that model has been implemented both with like Fight Master again and wormholes.
Man, Seventh Heaven, you keep saying things that make me think that one of us is having a stroke. What even does that mean?
Drake, who's not here anymore, but he will be one day, he'll be back. For Punchfin, and it creates these sort of other micro communities that you're like not the CSM, but you're like a mini CSM, a mini focus group that helps make a concise opinion about something.
And you also all have mentioned really that you've been very unified in the issues you're seeing and that you're bringing up with us. Where do you discuss these? I know you guys have a Discord, and that it has channels that we don't see, which is honestly a good thing. We shouldn't see everything. But how do you go from like getting the information from your constituency to bringing it up there to like reaching that compromise? How do you guys do it? Because it's been a very cohesive group, I guess.
So I think two things. One, it's going on each other's shows. So like, for example, Oz every month or every week will do like, for example, like an MER report once a month. Then he invites previous and current CSM. And that's a great way to see how that consensus is built, right? Like you see the full conversation start to finish. We talk about other hot button issues, or other CSM will go on other streams. We have live conversations. And a lot of it's just messaging each other, having conversations after the meetings or before. So like if you know a topic's coming up, we'll like hash everything out, make a consensus, and that pushes the conversation forward versus having that try to be a consensus meeting during the meeting, which then like wastes time, right? So that allows us to have a snowball effect of pushing the needle forward faster. That really
Hot take. I don't think that consensus is inherently good in the CSM, and I think that is like I would argue that constant consensus with the CSM is arguably a bad sign, given how many different positions that they're supposed to represent and positions that are in conflict with each other, direct conflict with each other. What's good for one is bad for the other. I mean, optimistically, you could say like, okay, well, everybody could understand like the world is complicated and all that sort of stuff. But like inherently just like, oh yeah, the CSM are in lockstep with each other about something makes me immediately nervous.
really worked last year. I mean, it's worked so far very well this year. And there's a lot of things that, we do different things, but we agree on like 90% of the things, like things that need to be completed. And that really, really helps, improve that cohesiveness and effectiveness as a CSM.
I agree. About 2/3 of the issues, maybe more, are not even need to be discussed because we all agree. Like if there's most UI or feature issues are just like, okay, this is a quality of life improvement. Of course, we would all love it. Some love it more than others, but of course we all love it. When you get into topics like, projection, clearly there's going to be differences in opinion between small gangers and large coalitions and high sec players for sure. But typically, I think those are the ones that we spend most of our time on. Everything else, what I do is I post on our Discord server that we have as a CSM and say, hey, what do you guys think about this? Is anyone against this? Does anyone see a problem with this? And then if nobody speaks up, then we know, okay, we can suggest this to CCP and it's probably going to be, accepted by the entire CSM. So far it's been fairly harmonic.
Yeah, I would agree.
I do really appreciate how much the CSM is taking the CSM seriously this year. I will say that, like, as I feel like I've been poking a lot at them. What I will say is that, like, as I said, there's been better times and worse times for the CSM. I feel like the one thing I will say about the CSM people is that they're all taking this extremely seriously, which is something that like wasn't always guaranteed in previous CSMs. So that's good.
Agree with that. In the end, we were elected to represent our people that voted for us.
Yes, Neon, a giant asteroid that as you mine it reveals what it actually is. That'd be cool.
And it's very diverse. But the thing that really I think helps the CSM is we are all it's a hot.
What would be even cooler is if it doesn't tell you, right? That's it, guys. Oh my God, that's it. What if like, so you're in your mining fleet with your buddies, right? You go to the thing, you're all mining Feldspar, and then suddenly one of your guys goes, oh shit, I've got Dark Ochre. Like, you mine it, and suddenly you realize, like, you scan it, and it says it's Feldspar. And then you mine it, and you get, like, 40% or, like, 60% Feldspar, 40% something else. But you don't get to know what it is until somebody mines it. So as your group is, like, going through the belt, they might find the good stuff better. And then it's a question of whether or not you let other people know what you found, right? Like that, ooh. I feel like there needs to be a difference. Like, I feel like our intel of what is in the rocks and what is in the belts is too perfect. And then it becomes a faction warfare contested area because of the stuff basically real. You mine a rock, suddenly the system goes low sec, and you're like, what? No, I'm just kidding.
Hobby. It's more of a hobby now. It's a game. It's a community. We all want to see the community and the game thrive. We don't want our hobbies to go.
Literally, Angel Cartel, Red Cloven asteroids, like I said. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, so this is a real thing? Hold on. What do you mean? Oh, hold on. Red Cloven asteroids. I see the asteroid and I use the drill to mine it, but it says that it is not an asteroid. I want an asteroid belt near. It's just a set piece. Okay, so this is just a collidable object that looks like it should be able to be mined, but isn't able to be mined. Got it. That's the role. Wait, hold on. Jeff says, oh yeah, okay. So Jeff agrees with me. I chatted earlier, Ash. We can't mine the Angel Sites asteroid. Okay. I didn't quite understand what you were trying to say about it before, so now I've got it. Imagine the horror when 1,000 units of Veldspar turns to 1,000 units of blue ice and the poor Hulk implodes into the sudden. It won't do that, though, because you're still going to mine the same M3. Right?
Go away. We enjoy it and we work together to help improve it. And we're not, obviously I can't speak for former CSM groups, but this group that I've noticed is my first one. We get along really well. We all want to push to make the game better and more enjoyable for everybody and not just, no sec is above all sort of thing. So I've been really enjoying it.
It's okay. I was called a third-class citizen today, so well, it's okay. It's okay. But there you go.
Oh, these letters buttons. They're all over the meeting room, and every time someone brings something up that has been very heavily requested, loyalty points, the lizard goes off, and it's just, I can't unhear the lizard anymore. And I've just learned it's a keycap, so this is just going to be the end of my productivity for at least this week.
Every community CCPer now has one, so your whole office is going to be.
So if you're wondering why we're ignoring your DMs, it's because of this lizard. Blame them.
Yeah, sorry. It's the memes, you know.
The memes are important too, and like that's the thing, right? We're all also here to have fun in Eve, and we're also here to have fun this.
The whole point is to make it so that something could happen at any time, right? It makes it so that, like, to a certain, I mean, like, look at crits, even crits, the small little bloop, like, people get excited about that. People want something to happen.
Week, it's not all serious business, so the lizards are fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, your CSM term doesn't really end with the summit. We're actually kind of just at the start of your term. What's up for your future? What do you want to achieve while you're on the CSM this year?
Well, I guess for me, I am looking forward to presenting more and see, hopefully we can push to get some more tools for alliances to be able to have more time to spend in game instead of having to spend extra time out of game, whether it be creating third-party apps or to be able to do ESI checks or a way to get easier ways for alliances to get income without having to have tax ledgers and a tax collector sort of thing. You know, the biggest thing is more fun in the game and less boring stuff out of the game. That's at least for me.
I feel like the third year has felt the most impactful for me.
I think that when you scan the stuff, it should only say, like, it's Veldspar. And then maybe, like, with a survey scanner, you can see things that, like, oh yeah, this has a high chance of being Veldspar 3, but it's not guaranteed. Like, it's not that it's not guaranteed, it's just the information that you're given is imperfect.
Could hit the ground running. I knew most of the developers. I know who does what. I know who I need to approach for what. And that, I think, has made me into a much more effective CSM this year. And, you know, we already mentioned some of the problems that we want to address head on. There's some things we want to fix, but there's also new things that I would love to see. I think I would love to make EVE more engaging to new players. I mean, we'll talk about new players, but I think it's such a huge challenge to take a 23-year-old game and make it interesting for kids. You know, not only kids, but even 20-somethings that have just learned other games, other modes of rewards in games, and that's a big kind of like issue that I want to attack head on this year. And the discussions that we have had in that direction are perfect.
I think for like my constituents and like the big like 3-4 issues that I'd like to accomplish on, I think the biggest one's been the ongoing stuff was AWACSing and seagulling.
The way it could work is with changeable ammo similar to T2 lasers. That's actually, well, yeah, I mean, that could be a good idea. It would encourage you to bring the extra crystals, which could be good. Although now I'm suddenly reminded of like Vanguard and the fact that you have to like flip out the different crystals to hit different pieces of the same mining node. And that, in my opinion, was awful. So maybe not great.
right? Like people are getting AWACS constantly. We tried some previous iteration, really solving those two issues. Obviously, LP ledger is a big one, but really tying the knot on like low-sec faction warfare, fixing the foundational issues, standings. How do you get involved in faction warfare? And then for the low-sec side, more non-timer based content generators, similar to battlefields and ice heists. How can we put more?
Yeah, like if you're mining Veldspar, but you can scan and see if it has other minerals, and you can change it to the right one to get that mineral. Yeah, I think that there is a relationship there. What if you can't good scanning every time, right? What if you can do a general scanning to get all the information, the general information, but then like you have to do a Veldspar scan in order to get the details about the different Veldspar rocks. I feel like right now, like the idea of surveying is cool, but it doesn't feel like it's actually a thing to do. It's just a thing that you do once and then it's done. I feel like it could be a thing where it's like you do the first scan to collect basic information, and then you do like little checks where you're curious, yeah, deep core scan type stuff, right? Like I feel like, again, like there's so much of this stuff that's like super close to being good, but then just needs a little bit more
Objectives in space, which Oz and I talk about all the time, that breeds more conflict that's meaningful. Not just to bash an asterisk, you just want to bash an Astra house, but like how can we get conflict?
I will push back though. This idea that like one rock turns into another rock might be a little bit weird in the fact that like it can't just be a direct, like there's a certain point where it's like that's kind of unrealistic too, especially since different ones are like the idea that a Veldspar rock would become an Isogen rock is kind of strange, although maybe not. Because like the Isogen would be like deep inside into the pressures, the gravitation, or like the pressures of the rock. There's a there. I know what I know it.
Drivers in all areas of space, whether it's raiding, whether it's rare PvE sites that require 23 people. And the last issue, obviously, is the areas
Hold on, what is he saying?
in faction warfare, tying the knot on like low-sec faction warfare, fixing the foundational issues, standings. How do you get involved in faction warfare? And then for the low-sec side, more non-timer based content generators, similar to battlefields and ice heists. How can we put more objectives in space, which Oz and I talk about all the time, that breeds more conflict that's meaningful? Not just to bash an asterisk, you just want to bash an Astra house, but like how can we get conflict drivers in all areas of space, whether it's raiding, whether it's rare PvE sites that require 23 people. And the last issue, obviously, is the big one, which is projection. Creating room.
You do not need a rare PvE site that needs 23 people for it to be interesting. It can be 4.
Spaces for small to medium groups across multiple areas of space. How can we create more opportunities for everybody and then increase the ability for more people to have more stories? So
yeah, getting people to be able to create their own stories is such a huge thing. And being a sandbox where you're creating all your stuff, people need to be focused on having those stories, experiencing those stories, and living them. And that's what we want instead of doing non-fun stuff.
I think that's very worthy calls from all of you. Maybe just a final-ish thing. How about people that may not be in your communities yet? Are you open to them reaching out? Are you wanting to talk to them? Where can they talk to you? What's the best way for them to get involved in these conversations so we truly have the entire game backing your ideas at the end?
I already have 1,000 friends on Discord, so that's the maximum. That's the limit. Like I hit the limit. I'm at max Discords.
Okay, so we're getting a Youngpuke 3 account?
I need a Youngpuke 3 Discord account, yeah. But the best way is just Discord message me. I always respond pretty much in 24 hours. Otherwise, join the focus group. It's open to everybody. The faction warfare one is totally public channels. Write a proposal. We'll talk about it. And it's just very.
I do really love that idea, MK or M Costo, I think, where it's like, oh yeah, it is Veldspar, but if you scan it, you'd actually see that it is a different type of ore. So if you use the correct crystal on it, you'll get that better thing. But if not, then you'll just get the Veldspar and never even know that you burned up a bunch of Isogen. Random resource drops that you have to tractor in, like the old exploration cans, also could be cool. I do like the idea that like rather than the peculiar caches just immediately being in your cargo, like the rock destroys and then you see the thing floating off. And again, it's one of those things, if you're paying attention at that moment and you do have a queue because it says, the asteroid is depleted. So if you're there and you have 10 seconds or so to grab the thing and then it goes away. And if you didn't get it, you don't get it. If you did get it or, whatever, that'd be cool.
That's like the best way. Because you also meet people from like other factions as well.
That's the big thing, right? We're all doing our one thing in the game, but there's way more out there. As you said, it's a sandbox, so there's definitely more to learn.
Yeah, there's like tons.
I'm clearly a different generation because I have like 12 different.
I'm just going to say this: they need to take effectively the hunt site, the low sec hunt site, and just put it into low sec more long term. Like the idea that there's a frigate destroyer site that is good for a couple of people to do the more dangerous site is really good. We need more of that in low sec.
I reject all friend. Like my only friends are maybe CCP devs and.
I'm not even.
My poor repetitive strain injuries when it's just my point. It wouldn't be. It would be like once every in a blue moon, right? It's just a little special thing that you could get or not. It's fine.
And his
and
friend.
other CSMs. You haven't tried. I would accept.
Oh,
it.
thank you.
Like I keep it to people that I know in real life.
Do it right now.
And but you can send me DMs if you're on my server or share any server with me. And so anyone, I often get messages that say, "Oh, Oz, I'm sure you're busy and you won't respond to this." I respond to every message. So if anyone wants to send me a DM on Discord, please do. I always respond. Do not send me email. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
email's
honestly,
the worst.
honestly, the
Email's the worst.
most contacts that regarding the CSM are totally sane and reasonable. The insane requests all come through email. I don't know what the
That's
issue is,
true.
but whenever I get an email that says "Dear CSM," I already know. Oh, okay.
You see all our names listed. It's like,
That's
please,
so
for me.
true.
This is going to be some deranged person that is going to accuse somebody of a crime. And
Yeah.
I was like, no, just send me a Discord message.
Yeah, and Discord for me is also best. I get just because obviously
Jeff, I think you just described level 5 missions.
I do diplomacy for the Goon Swarm. My information's out there. I get messages from lots of people. I don't have any blocks, so I get tons of spam and tons of regular people. So anytime I prefer Discord, you can send me email, but I'll probably just forward you my Discord info. But the biggest thing I would say is when you reach out to me, I'd love to hear any ideas or stuff. But don't send me a message say, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" Technically, you already asked the question. Just tell me your idea. I'd love to hear it, but just you can tell me that, and I will respond as I can because I usually have about every day when I wake up about 400 messages.
And one place we actually didn't mention was the CSM Discord,
Oh, yeah.
right? So CSM Discord is public to all. You can literally add CSM20. You can ask a question there. There's a serious channel if you want to be really serious, or you can message us privately there, so you don't have to remember all our DM names or usernames. Join that Discord, and you'll get contact with everybody.
We'll
There's
make
a
sure to
meme channel
put
just for quick.
Discord link in the invite link in the description here, so
Yeah.
people can actually find it.
It's really called a Zoomer channel, but
So what's that? Like all the shorts and stuff?
all shorts, memes.
they
I
did.
was like watching one of our members' YouTube videos, and just didn't understand. It was like, this is the age band, dude. You're just getting older,
They make channels, so I'm not in it. It's a little anime channel.
Yeah,
I-
weeb channel.
Yeah.
But hey, there's a lot of people to choose from who you want to talk to. So if you're not into the weeb stuff, then maybe just message us.
Yeah.
If you
Trampy, I talked about that during the mission running thing, that I think that you should just be able to open up opportunities and see what missions have sites in the area. You can just be like, "Oh yeah, that one," and then be like, "Okay, I'm going to do that now."
if you want to,
You want to have a
You want
mature
fun.
discussion?
if you want to
then
make
go to me,
shorts
yeah.
and send them to young people, that's fine too.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
This guy.
if it's not in a reel, I'm not reading it. So you have to send me a TikTok reel, and then I'll consider your proposal. But if it's like 2 paragraphs, nah, screw that.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Well, we need a
Oh,
lizard
lizard.
channel now.
Yeah, we need a lizard channel.
Oh, and for anyone, you can find me at the
That's the
Oz.space.
lizard,
That's
lizard,
where, like,
lizard.
if you don't know how to get to Discord, like, if you're my age, and you don't know what Discord is, you can go to the Oz.space. There's a little link, and there you can find me.
It will be in the description. I've just decided we'll make it happen.
Okay.
All right, I think we have covered many topics about your CSM life for now. Anything we've missed? Anything you want to bring up before we run back to the dreaded meeting room and lock ourselves in again?
If you're hesitant about running for CSM, you should run. Like last year, we had like 57 people, I think, right? The most ever.
Yeah.
It's awesome to see some people really interested. That's like the first stage of having all these conversations. If you're hesitant, you're like, "Do I really want to go?" Do it. Like, get your voice out there. It takes a bit of confidence, but once you get through it, it's a wonderful experience. So,
While we're on this topic, tips for new people running for CSM 21.
ooh, my
Don't-
top. Oh, go ahead.
I like take it seriously. Like, honestly, I agree. Like, if you really want to run, like, absolutely run. And if you love this game, then run. But I think there's nothing worse than taking up a spot and not having opinions or the willingness to work together or the willingness to make
Less multi-boxers, more room for others, same as the event sites for some multi-boxers would hold sites. And that's why I was saying earlier that it's not even necessarily the fact that there are people multi-boxing home fronts. It's the fact that legitimate players can't run home fronts because when you go to the home front, it's just filled by one dude with multi-boxers, right? So like, in other words, to put it a different way, if people are multi-boxing a home front, then you can have then you cut the number of human beings that are able to run this content at any given time by 1/5. Right? Because they're playing all 5 parts instead of getting 4 other friends to do it. So it's not just the fact that like they are running it, but they're making it so that it's worse for people that are trying to run it, quote unquote, legitimately. Now, the Drifter event was actually interesting because you saw this totally different social dynamic happen when people were able to get points from it while overloading the sites, which I don't think was necessarily a bad thing. It would be bad if it lasted for a very long time, but it only lasted for a couple of days, so it was okay. But what ended up happening was this entirely different social experience where these standing fleets were like appearing or being made in these systems, and people were being invited in and participating in this big group. Again, completely broke the content, made it so the content was trivialized. But what came from that was this very interesting social experience that I think was valuable in and of itself. But that only comes from being willing to break the rules a little bit for a couple of days. There's so many things that could be better if they're temporary, but so much of EVE is permanent that it ends up becoming just maximized. The massive Zerg fleets were fun. Again, it would have been awful if they had stayed for much longer than they did, but they were a very unique. It's probably one of my top memories of EVE Online, not top good or top bad, but like I will. The number one thing I will remember from the Drifter Crisis was those Zerg fleets, and also running around in the Drifter Hive, the labyrinths and stuff. But yeah.
This game a better game, because then you're just wasting space. And so like take it seriously. Like this is awesome. It's a great honor and it's fun, but it's also like a side job. You know, it is and that's what you should know going into it.
Yeah, I mean, it does take time, but you know, it's obviously anybody that's running for.
I think that's about it for useful stuff from here, because they're just going to be talking about people that are running for the CSM or blah blah blah. So yeah, no, this was a good discussion. I think that it was good to talk about a lot of these things and a lot of these puzzles. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments down below, and make sure to like the channel, like the video, so that way I know that this is good stuff. That was so hilarious. None of the interior of the teams could predict the results. I think that's it's funny, but it also doesn't surprise me at all. Don't encourage CCP to give us more Skinner crap. Hey. Some of us like Skinner crap. Just more different kinds of. I want lights. I want to be able to change the colors of lights. Is there shipped kits and skins in this game? So ships have fits, right? So here, I want banners too. So like here is my ship. It is a Kikimora, but it's not just the ship. I actually have a whole fit. So as a Kikimora, and with every ship in the game, you have a certain number of slots. You've got high slots, mid slots, and low slots. And every module, everything that you can put on a ship fits into a specific slot. So like a weapon has to go into a high slot, a propulsion module needs to go into a mid slot, armor tanking modules are all in low slots, etc. And then there's also the resources of power grid and CPU, which are your overall resources to build your fit. And so you can customize your ship to do all kinds of different things based on the hull. And then on top of that, there's also skins. So you've got the skins that you can put on to change the colors of your ships. But then also there's the whole Skinner system, which allows you to just make custom skins, like this one that I made. This is actually a custom skin that I made for this ship. So the sequence craps that you need, yes, the Kerr sequencers and stuff, it's a very weird design. I agree with that. EVE is moving in the right direction. I agree. Okay. Well, this has been an exciting stream. Hey, man. Seriously, because like I represent at least 3 big skindustrialists, Thrans, Punch, and myself. So if anybody doesn't care about your Skinner stuff, you can always contract it to me. I'll pick it up and make sure it goes to somebody who will appreciate it. All right. Well, this has been a long stream with a lot of stuff to talk about. I was going to like talk about the presidential election and then maybe do some faction warfare and stuff. But now it's shit. It's been 4 hours. So I think this is actually going to be it for today. I was also going to do my top 10 tips for people starting new EVE Online. So actually, let's just do this. Well, no, I can't. I'm not going to do that right now. What I will say to Pyroplasm is that I do have a video that was called like, should you play EVE in 2023? I think it was, which was where I laid out like what Eve is and why you should play it. And then I've also made quite a few videos, especially recently, going over like getting good starts and how to build your ships and how to make good decisions in this game. Because you know, it's a whole commitment. You know, you don't get into this game to play it for a week or two. It's a big, you build things up in it. You know, I've been playing this game for 15 years now. So yeah, but we will be back soon this week to cover more things like my top 10 tips for new players, which I won't do today. But I do want to talk about what else I've been doing, because like obviously I haven't been around that much for the last like week or so. There's been a lot of reasons for that. Hell, my power was out yesterday because they're fixing my power grid. So that was the whole thing. But I will admit, I've gotten into a new game. I got into a new game. A game came out on Saturday, and it has absolutely captured my attention. It is called Ark Knight Enfield. It's a gacha game, sort of. It's close to Genshin Impact for some people that know that. It's close to Zelda Wind Waker and stuff for people that or not Wind Waker, the newer ones. The last couple of Zeldas, like open world Zeldas and stuff. Yeah, learn the lore and watch my stuff. Yeah, I mean, I have really good, we do have tutorial videos and stuff, and feel free to show up on my streams and ask questions and stuff. But, so tonight, I want to show off this game. We just need to remember to tell you to film Eve 2027 in November 2026. Yeah, that's probably true. Well, if you do, make sure you use the buddy code. So training in Eve is time-based, real life time-based. So you'll want to like if you are interested in Eve, you want to start your character as soon as possible. Like literally as soon as you can, dedicate 2 hours to just playing a game. If you're interested in Eve ever, you're going to want to do that ASAP. No one has ever gotten into Eve like every single person that's ever gotten into Eve has always had that feeling of like, man, I wish I got into this sooner. Besides maybe Dutch Gunner, because he's been playing since the beginning. But like once you get into it, you're going to wish that you started sooner because of like skill training and stuff like that. So, you know, the main tutorial section is like maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. And then you can you're kind of let loose into the game. And the important thing is to go up here into your training and always make sure you have something in your training queue. There's a thing called the Magic 14, which you can get, which are the 14 skills that are useful no matter what. So you can always throw those in for training. But even if you're not ready for the game yet, if you just make your character and start your skill training, you will thank yourself later. Why do I feel singled out? Dutch Gunner, how many skill points do you have? That's all. That's my response to you. Because I have 300 million. You have to have like 4 or 5, right? Okay, well, yeah. Either way, so that is the case. All right, so legitimately though, I want to share with you guys this game. So on my Decanted channel, I'm gonna take a few minutes. I'm gonna get myself some water, some food, and whatnot, and then I want to go live on my second channel to cover this game because it fits perfect. Like it's a game that I've enjoyed the shit. It's currently like I have been having so much fun with this game. It's ridiculous. It's I'll talk about it there too. But like I've thought about this before. Like I've bought in games that are $50 plus and had less fun, less complete, less content in it than this game, in the same basic genre. So like I feel compelled to share it with people, especially since a lot of people. There's a lot of confusion about it. That's the other thing that I like to cover, right? Things that get maligned by other people, but I think is good actually. I'm going to make a video about it, right? Like faction warfare or other things like that in EVE Online. In this case, I see a lot of... There is some controversy about this game, but I think that the people that are mad at it are wrong. Definitively wrong. And the reason why is because they're acting it as if it is a gacha game, and to be frank, it's not. So that said, I do want to showcase this game for you guys and also go into it. The Hoyoverse continues. I mean, it definitely is modeled off of Genshin Impact, although to be fair, I have not played Genshin Impact, so that's probably a big piece to all of this. But 504 million skill points, you golly. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And also, so like, this is the plan for tonight. I'm going to go live with this game. I'm going to make a new account, and I'm going to go through the entire game with just the starter character, like, because like the story characters, you know. So we're not going to engage with the some people think it was made to close. I know that there's been a lot of changes during the different tests. I've only played it now that it's released, and I absolutely love it. So what we're going to do is we're going to play through the game with an RP mode. Okay? Yeah, it's not Hoyoverse. It's and the people that are super like, there's so much positivity from like the fan base about it too. So I think that this is worth exploring. But we're going to do a role play version, right? So I'm going to play as the default characters, because like anytime you do like a story beat, it like transfers you back to like the main characters of the story. So we're going to do it with we're going to engage with the gacha system basically not at all. We are just going to play with the characters that are given to us and enjoy the game, just to show you that like the gacha, which is the thing that has gotten the most kind of criticism, is so not the point about the game. And so we're gonna do that. I want to explore the game with a new account, check it out as the administrator, and go and save the world. So my second account, hold on a second, let me pull it up real quick. My second channel, the Ashtarothi Decanted channel, is linked in the chat right now. Make sure to subscribe to that channel. Or be in the Discord, where I will post it when I go live. But I'm telling you guys, it's a cool game. I really want to show it off. And my idea is that I want to make a video talking about it, but I need to record footage. So I'm just going to record footage live on my second account. You guys are free to come and welcome to come and hang out while we do that, and we are going to role play our way through the gameplay as the administrator. Yeah, tonight. So let's give me about an hour, probably. I need to take the dog for a walk and a couple other things. Double check, make sure you're hanging out in the Discord in order to see any sort of updates. But for now, let's go ahead and assume that in maybe 2 hours we'll be doing that. So other than that, thank you guys for coming. This has been an awesome day. I've had a lot of fun talking about this stuff. Agard presidency over, man. That is a huge deal. Like, it's one of those moments in EVE where it's like, I don't know what's going to happen, but it seems like it's going to be big, and all eyes are on CCP. They've set themselves up, and we're gonna expect something out of this. This is not the end of the story. It can't be the end of the story. Otherwise we're all going to be pissed. So all that said, I have been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for checking out the stream, hanging out, contributing, liking, commenting, and subscribing, of course. And thank you to my top supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, May, Malak, Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you all so much. And thanks to Seventh Heaven. I don't know why you're not even... maybe you should be on this list. Why are you not on this list? Either way, thank you guys so much. I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you on the other stream, hopefully. Buy merch, like the stream for the guineas, etc., etc. All right. Wait. One last thing. Sorry. One last thing. Oh, look at Zoe show up. Oh, this is why you stayed at the end of the stream, because maybe Zoe shows up. You're such a good girl. This is what I stream for. She's like the stream so I can get more treats, please. Like the stream so I can get more treats. Zoria Triglov. She's the best. Also, pictures and videos of her both in the supporter channel and also on the Decanted channel. So another reason to go there. All right, bye.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high. Bring on the wrecking machine, setting your dreams of heaven on fire. Bring on the wrecking machine. Bring on the wrecking machine. Bring on the wrecking machine. Gonna ignite your every desire. Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city you burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. For every city